How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hey, Acework. Hey, Control. Hey, Zach. Hey, Deli. Danny. H-Bird. Bird? My brain no worky yet today. I need more caffeine than usual. Like, it took me a solid 10 seconds to process that Nunu, Danny, and Control were different chatters on my screen because all I saw was very similar messages. I'm struggling today. Hey, Bull Badger. Nunu, Nemesis. No, Danny, you can't say that in front of Nunu. That's like his whole thing. Or, I guess, other people's holes are his thing. With Twitch is not being dumb today. Yeah. Hopefully it's, makes for a smooth viewing experience. I didn't turn my second light on. Does that look okay? Yeah, it looks fine. Whatever. Abnormal. What is this, day 3? Yeah, day 3 of abnormal. We are in the Shadow Curse lands today. We're level 8. Hey, Guava Chips, how are you? Hi, Kevin. He's very cat. You ever see a cat and go, yep, definitely a cat?
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Hey, RBF. Okay. Kevin, I need my hand. Okay, I understand that it's yours. Yes. He really wants the head rubs today. Cold drink is already 82 and I left the house at 6:45 this morning. Yeah, I wasn't super enthusiastic about getting my my morning coffee today because it's hot. I don't really want a hot drink right now, but it's about the ritual of it. I think that helps me wake up more than the caffeine. um. All right, yeah, well, we're level 8. Not proficient with that or that. Pick up that light crossbow again, so I have a ranged weapon I'm proficient with. Where did I send that? Yes. I guess I could spend some time getting consumables together, huh? Got some requests to expand retaliation effects, explanations, and damage sheet. Can you give it a once over and you get a chance? Make sure I didn't miss anything big. Yeah, trade. You DM me on Discord so it's there when I'm not streaming, because otherwise I'll probably forget we had this conversation until like 3 a.m. or something. Does not look like a sorcerer, and I love it. He's abnormal, you know. Debating if I want a long rest here or in Act 1. I guess here. I don't think Will actually has anything to say, he's just very buggy. Squid cock blocking me. Oh, hang on. No, Squid is also hot. I forgot.
Wait, I just...
Probably do it when I get off work. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to look that over. It's been too long since I've done a retaliation run. He's not a sorcerer, though. That's true. He is a fighter. Deli is right.
Have to keep going.
Alright, I think we start with, let's get Nightsinger's Favor for necrotic resistance. I don't know what fights I'll be doing on this rest, but I know I want necrotic resistance for the day. Hey Zenma, let's see in the run develop. Couple questions. What are the XP optimal ways to do He Who Was and Oliver Hide and Seek? Can you combat and get XP from Mummy and Daddy twice? Yes, you can. So it would be do Hide and Seek, beat Mummy and Daddy, then turn in the Hide and Seek quest to Oliver, and then when you fight Oliver for concluding Halsin's quest, you make sure you beat Mummy and Daddy again there. They're worth XP both times. There is XP associated with Oliver, that before patch 7, I was able to get. You could just knock out Oliver, and you could still complete Halsin's quest. But I haven't been able to do that since patch 7. I guess you could view it as consolation prize XP if, for whatever reason, Halsin didn't make it, so you're unable to complete the quest. Like, if Halsin never made it to Act 2 at all. Then I suppose you could get Oliver's XP that way. For He Who Was, the XP optimal way is to get the ledger, bring him the ledger, and then have him turn on you after you do the interrogation. And then kill him and the bird.
What path lies before me?
Checking the Wild Magic Barb one was, yeah. But, my recollection is that it's all sources, and I only really know that because of when Absolute Wrath gives it to an enemy. Nemesis started one yesterday. Yeah, Nemesis mentioned. Maybe I do still have that Stars Druid save. But, like, it'd be so much easier to start it over again, even if the save now actually works. I haven't tested. Just because, like, I don't remember what I was doing, what I had done. Are Tides of Chaos here? Yeah. Just makes sense.
A pleasurable.
All attack rolls doesn't work if enemy targets you with the save spell. Blood Hell Dust is what makes me sad. This is gonna sound weird. It'd be better if it wasn't heavy armor. Like, if Flawed Helldusk was clothing, I think that would still be pretty good. Because then you could intentionally lower your dex to lower your armor class. And then you would also be lowering your saving throws there. That was the bullet brick? Yeah. What do I want to throw today? Part of me still wants to do Hunter's Dagger with shields. Because without alert, my initiative is now kind of shit. Doing this gets me to +7. Guess we'll do a Hunter's Dagger and the Harmonium Halberd. Cold would make sense for doing Snowburst stuff, but that's kind of an anti-synergy with the Hunter's Dagger. I could do acid and try to do Icarus gloves. That could be fun. Also wondering when's the best time to get the Morning Lord's Radiance buff for the end of Act 2. No, don't want it in the Gauntlet because of Radiant Retort. Usually I'll get it right before I'm going to talk to Dame Aelin. So, like, at the last possible point. Because I don't care to have it for other stuff. Sure, it can be nice for fighting shadows. Because, you know, radiant damage, they're vulnerable to it. It can make killing shadows throughout the Shadow Curse lanes very easy. But it can be a liability in the Gauntlet. It doesn't really meaningfully help you in a couple of other fights. Like, it doesn't meaningfully help you against Moonrise Paladins. It's just like a little bit of extra damage. It's not nothing, but like, eh. I tend to prefer saving it for the act finale because at that point you will at least have it for Ketheric and Merkel, where it doesn't really meaningfully help you there either, but damage is damage. I guess if you were min-maxing when to take Morning Lord's Radiance, it would be, like I said again, for any shadow fights you have. So that's saving Roland, that's the fight in the center of Wraithwind Town, that's the fight in front of the morgue. And then, like, any fights you are less than confident in, where you know you're going to be making weapon attack rolls. So that could maybe be the Marcus fight. Maybe your gear. Oliver, meh. The Shadow Friends have 1 HP. The plush, honestly, just outkite it or have good AC, so it can't hit you. So you're just looking to deal with Mummy and Daddy, and meh. Wild Shape Retaliation, I should probably mention too, even though I hate it. Yeah, I guess it makes sense, because, like, I did end up doing a lot of, that kind of stuff on Slayer. I did Fire Shield Psionic Overload in Slayer form a lot. And doing that in Wild Shape would be very potent. Well, Wargaz levels of potency, even. Hey, Leaks, how are you? Polearm talk yesterday got me wanting to try Polearm Master with Halberd of Vigilance. Halberd of Vigilance is one of those items that it's well regarded. I don't personally value it that highly. Here, let me pop over to Moonrise and I'll gab about this a bit. Like, it's objectively not a bad weapon by any means. However, two-handed weapons as a category are super stacked. And, like, there's a bunch of one-handed weapons that are also hanging out with the two-handed weapons because they're versatile.
The absolute war drum loud in your chest. How may I serve?
So it's a +2, which to its credit is that's very good, and it gives +1 initiative, which I'm always a fan of gear that gives you initiative. And when you make an attack roll as a reaction, you make it with advantage. Okay, but you don't, like, you have an extra D4 of force. That's it. It's a very standard weapon. I am very unimpressed by it. Like, it's slightly above average accuracy, slightly above average damage, slight initiative boost. Okay, but like, if you're looking at initiative boosting two-handed weapons, outside the bounds of Polearm Master, Soulbreaker Greatsword is right there. It does more damage, it has a better weapon maneuver, it gives you more initiative. Like, Soulbreaker's right there. And it's also not prohibitively expensive, it's literally free. But if you're looking at Polearm Master options, this goes up stonks-wise a little bit. However, I'm still more likely to use the other unique halberds at this point in the game. Like, Harmonium Halberd, +2 strength. So very, very good. And you can pick this up for less than 1,000 gold from Damon, so half the price of Vigilance while doing comparable damage, comparable accuracy. Provided you're scaling off strength, I suppose. If you're swinging with your charisma or something, then yeah, Vigilance gets even better. But then you have the Skin Burster. Hey, Superman. You have the Skin Burster over in the Mountain Pass. And, like, Skin Burster is kind of too good to ignore for Polearm Master setups, in my opinion, anyway. Because you just 7 DR and a situational AoE by attacking. Like, that's fucking nuts. You can pre-stack Force Conduit with the Skin Burster before entering combat. You can attack objects with it. Skin Burster's nuts. So maybe it's unfair for me to compare Vigilance to that, because they do ultimately have different roles. Skin Burster isn't in it to do damage, and Vigilance is. I think my tune on this would change if it was cheaper, but obviously in this kind of run, I don't have to worry about price. Because Wild Magic Sorcerer is infinite money. So we'll buy it and I'll mess around with it.
Slaughter.
Ever at your service.
Move Curse just in case. I stole the backpack row I had. Whoops. Expensive weapons as appeal is decent damage. Like, you got a lot of things that fit that bill. I think the area it's operating in is Polearm Master weapon that's got decent damage. Still, it's got competition. You've got Unseen Menace. You've got Morning Frost. You've got Harmonium Halberd. That are all in that category. Of those, if you are specifically after extra reach, obviously discount Morning Frost, but it's hard for me to conceive of a sphere of influence, so to speak, for Halberd of Vigilance, where I wouldn't just also be considering other items. But that's just me.
And all.
Last question, Bend Luck or Extra Attack seem to be having more fun with this run than on Bladesinger. Oh, I enjoyed the Bladesinger run a lot, because of the mod. Bladesinger Reforged made it a lot of fun. Bend Luck is more breakable. It's more, like, you bust the game wide open with Bend Luck abuse. For example, I was thinking about, maybe I don't even fight Yrgir on this run. Maybe I just do the thing that I never ever do and always discourage people from doing, and I just walk into the dialogue and then tell Yrgir to self-delete, because I can't fail as long as I bend enough luck. As long as I don't roll a 1 on the passive insight check, I can't fail that. We used Bend Luck to dialogue down all of the Thorms within a few minutes of being in Act 2. Could use Bend Luck on getting Necrotic Resistance with consistency, Bend Luck to get the buffs in the center of town with consistency, could Bend Luck on the Zaith'isk, could Bend Luck on getting Marco Heshker, could Bend Luck on talking Yrgir to your side in the House of Hope, you could Bend Luck on the Mirror of Loss, you could Bend Luck on the DC 99 to make the brain weaker. There's a lot of stuff you can do it on, but there's also stuff that you can't. Like, there's nothing you can meaningfully impact about the Gith Monks fight with Bend Luck. Whereas, that's a situation where extra attack is great, because... Oh yeah, I forgot this fight's still here. I have my crit immunity, I have necrotic resist. This is fine. I should elixir up, though. get big. Sure. Gotta head to work every great stream. Hey, thanks for stopping by. I do have a spite run plan that involves Moon Druid just to show that Tavern Brawler is never necessary for the damage, make optimization of the class weaker in some ways. I like the idea. I do still want to do, like... I didn't do as much experimentation with shape-shifting builds with Moon Druid as I meant to in the run I devoted to that. There's still weird stuff I want to do. I suppose especially with Swarmkeeper in the mix now, you can do some stuff in that area. Yes, I'm sure. I'm wearing all sorts of incorrect gear here. Archer has a shot on me. What I should really be doing here is fleeing combat. I'll be stubborn. Tavern Brawler just nerfing Dire Raven and forcing you to Strength Elixir now to take Tavern Brawler. Also nerfing Psionic Overload. And it probably makes Rothe too glassy to use if you're doing anything that could ever self-damage. So, self-detonating bombs, any surfaces you might have placed. Something special I want to try here. So we Booming Blade you. Booming Blade you. And I will cycle this. Yeah, so the way Rupture and Booming Blade are set up is they are self-damage. So if you do it to a Shadow Curse Undead, they'll hit themselves with their own bonus necrotic damage. Hey, Leah. Didn't mean to be in that fight right now.
Room for more.
Wasn't paying attention. Whipped out.
Gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan. Is Jahira to come up with one?
I don't.
I do.
Gonna leave myself 2 third-level spell slots here, I think. I think this is gonna be a big haul. I'm gonna give myself a lot of sorcery points today. I'm really considering that early Yerg.
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse.
Yeah, I'll be here for a little bit. I believe, if I remember correctly, Say wrote a script to do this, so you don't have to go through this process. I should ask him for it. Hey, variable element. Back at it? Yeah. Hey, Moo. Not proud of myself. Chewed off my acrylics I was fidgeting last night. I'm making a face at you. It's my displeased face. Hey, Raptino. Good morning. Posted before patch 8 in Discord about how fucked up Tavern Brawler wasn't lower difficulties as a showcase, and Larian just did the thing anyway. Uh-huh. I mean, Exhibit... I was trying to think of an appropriately egregious number, but I couldn't. Of just, like... Hey, don't listen to fans about balance adjustments in a game. Anything involving making the game easier, yeah, don't listen to people. Just don't do it. Because people will adapt. Especially if you're talking about making balance adjustments specifically to the hardest difficulty in the game that people have to opt into that's not intended to be played as a normal playthrough would. Just don't listen. And I'm not saying never listen to fans, but I am saying that the people who are screaming the loudest are not going to give you good data. I just kind of hate mods to make the game easier. Let's do it with encumbrance or gold. Those aren't too bad. See, like, that's a purely subjective thing, and it's a valid take for what it's worth. I don't personally have any interest in using mods that make the game easier. Because the lens through which I consume the game is challenge running. It's build crafting. So making things easier is not something I'm generally willing to do because I like pushing myself. However, I think that it's important that ultimately players have a choice of what experience they want to have. Which is why I detest some of the changes they've made to make the difficulty of the game go down in Honor mode, because I can't opt out of those. I can't opt out of the Tavern Brawler change. I can't opt out of the House of Grief having been nerfed half a dozen times. I can't go back. I would need to find mods to undo those things. That's something I have an issue with. Just like how I wouldn't want them to increase the difficulty on Tactician to do things that I would want. Because I don't play on Tactician. It's not for me. I play on Honor mode.
This place gives me the creeps.
Alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse.
Yeah?
Deep sight narrows it. And you're likely to become some
Hey, Friendless Jay. Been watching your VODs, trying to catch up, learning so much useful information on the start, so thanks. Hey, my pleasure. You have any idea on how I can find hand crossbows early trying to go dual wield? Barth always has one. So if Barth should die in that initial grove fight, there's your first one. If you start as a bard, you also get one that way. But that does mean you can get the bard hireling from Withers and get one that way. Withers will automatically pop up in your camp as soon as you reach the goblin camp, even if you don't recruit him the normal way. So I think the earliest two you're realistically getting are Barth and Brenna Brightsong. Dareth often sells one. Damon and Roa sometimes sell one.
Dead man walking.
But those two that I mentioned are a bit easier. And they're also free. It'd be an interesting change for a custom rule set if you could pick and choose changes. Yeah, I agree. Had a girl tell me the new formula for Resident Evil is better because it's less scary, so more people can play it. That doesn't make any sense because you play a horror game to get scared. Yeah, like, Resident Evil formula-wise had to adapt to stay alive. Like, that much is true. But less horror elements doesn't necessarily mean better. Like, it depends on the context, depends on the execution. People have a lot to say about Resident Evil 5, but if you look at the sales for the time, if you look at the active IPs at the time, Resident Evil 5 saved that IP. People hated it in comparison to 4, which was the first heavily actionized Resident Evil game. People hated it, you know, like in terms of reception, but it was a very fun co-op game. It brought the IP to a wider audience, and it generated enough sales to keep the franchise alive. Resident Evil 6, similarly, went further down that pipeline of, it's not considered a good game, but it sold really well and helped keep the IP alive. It even drove console sales. So, like, there is some truth to that casting a wider net thing, but you aren't necessarily going to ingratiate yourself to people who like your older formula. Which is something that I like to point out with discussion of things like how I don't like the combat system in the Witcher games, and it has stopped me from becoming a fan of those games. But I wouldn't necessarily want them to change it to suit me because they have an existing fan base, and not everything is for everyone. Hey, Friendless Jay, thank you so much for the T1. I appreciate it. I'm happy to help out, happy to have you around. I don't like the Call of Duty-ification of games. Me either. If I wanted to play Call of Duty, I'd play Call of Duty.
To know about supplies when we make it home.
Burning through our oil, but should just about do. Just about. If you're all right,
Alright, we got 60 sorcery points for the day. Sorry, 60 extra attack points for the day. I have 48 thieves tools. I certainly don't need that many. No modern Resident Evil has scared me to my core like the OG2 did in my childhood. I'll never be that age again, so it wouldn't be possible. It's not scary now. The game scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. I will say, like, there are still horror elements in the newer RE games. Like,
Welcome back.
infamously, that Yummy Redemption is from the only part of Resident Evil Village that was attempting to be scary, and it scared the shit out of me. Grown-ass man. Scared the shit out of me. So, like, they can still do it, it's just not the focus anymore. Love it or hate it.
Premium trinkets and doodads.
And with Resident Evil 7, one of the things that people really praised about it was how it felt like a classic horror film. Not like Resident Evil, but it felt like a classic horror film. Like Texas Chainsaw Massacre type stuff. So, it's an imprecise science.
Sure. Well, now,
It's,
I believe our business is well
as
and truly
contradictory as
concluded.
that is.
One and the same. Yes? I'm sure you would.
Can almost afford that.
Now, if you're
Shy? Have a gander at the finest stock.
The combat is what always drives me away from Dragon Age Origins whenever I try playing it again. It did take me 3 attempts to actually get into that game when it first came out. It's one of my favorites of all time now, but I did have to try it 3 separate times, because it took a while to hook me. In part due to the clunkiness of the combat. Alright, what am I fighting now? I was thinking about going into the mountain pass. But I think I want to do the funny and,
all this standing around is making me antsy.
disarm boss.
First, got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
That's why we're standing around.
How much do I care about Silver Sword? I can just get it from him in Act 3, right? Alright, let's get silly. I mentioned this before, but I think the scripting engine for combat is how BioWare intended you to handle combat instead of playing as a turn-based party game, Dragon Age Origins, that is. It's something you could do very effectively, like precise use of the combat tactics system did allow you to just kind of, you only had to control one person, and then your party members would generally be pretty smart. No, but that depended on you. Yeah. Wonder how Hades 2 is going to be received on official launch, because the difficulty spike is higher in the magic systems. One of my friends like, this is useless and dumb, you need to remove it. It's like, okay. Started a new save last night out of curiosity. It's like, damn, know how to play and build, but I'm struggling. I did not like the magic system much at first. It's a huge change from Hades 1 that people are going to have to be patient and receptive to get into. And like, even very experienced players who play both games at a much higher level than me have a very clear bias, and you were talking about this, Moo, against, like, hexes. It's new, so they don't like it, so they won't use it, so they can't possibly get it right. But, like, sometimes you gotta give shit a chance. This is stupid, and I don't ever advise handling this in this way. Gonna cover my own ass with that. Managed to stay clear of all Hades 2 content somehow, hoping to experience the finished product as first impression. Understandable. I was so excited when they announced Hades 2, like, actual tears. I didn't think they would ever make a sequel. And then, like, the first Hades is, in my opinion, probably as close to a perfect game as you can get. This one is still my favorite of all time, but I think the first Hades is as close to a perfect game as you can get.
Something out there. I can feel it.
You're here, talk to me. There we go. Speaking of, did you like the RE9 trailer? I'm excited. I do want to do a franchise replay through in prep for RE9.
There's a whiff of the surface to you. A new arrival, then. You burrow too deep, little rabbit.
OG's a remake, sounds like a lot of fun. Haven't decided. It's been over a decade since I've even attempted to play RE1 in any capacity, OG's or remake, and I am not confident in my aging brain and also my rust in terms of my ability to handle tank controls. So that kind of makes me more inclined towards the remakes 2 onwards. But like then again, I've played those pretty recently. It would be me playing the remakes of 2, 3, 4, and then playing 5, and then skipping 6 because 6 sucks and is a bad game. And then 7, 8.
I don't talk to prey. There's something else, almost hidden by your fear stink. Cherries. Musk. And sulfur. Raphael! I can smell him all over you. Where is he?
Need to finish 4. I got stuck on a level with only a magnum bullet.
That perfume trickster swindled me. Trapped me.
Remakes are really good, though. I think a lot of people are disappointed with Remake. I think 3-make would have been received a lot better if it had just been a DLC for 2, because it was very content light, especially compared to OG3, which was already content light for an RE3, for an RE game. Like, OG3 was already, in terms of scope, just like an expansion of 2. So then they remade 2, and it was slightly content lighter than OG2, but still received well. Then they remade 3, and they somehow made it shorter than OG3. And it's like, I like a lot of the narrative decisions they did, the characterization stuff, some of the stuff they played with, but they somehow made the shortest Resident Evil game even shorter. And I think a lot of people were like, this wasn't worth the price tag.
Where is he? Spit it out. Now! Bargaining, are you? A Karator warlord once tried the same. I made him watch as I ate his concubines in young, then fashioned a codpiece from his skull. You can't help. It's not just walls that keep me here. Not the traps, the dark, or the creatures it hides. Something stronger holds me. A contract. Either I fulfill the contract, die trying, or forfeit my freedom. If I leave this place now, I'll become Raphael's slave.
$50 for 3 hours. Someone that wasn't speedrunner. Yeah.
Silence.
Wish Nemesis wasn't the scripted part of Scaredest OG. Could come out randomly.
Wander Shah's halls, hungry to slay. Leave
Yeah, the
none
implementation
to
of Nemesis was something people had issue with.
leave none to
Like
hear
the two loudest criticism I heard was Nemesis was pretty much just an on-rails segment in remake, and then also Where Clock Tower. Is those two things.
Well, that explains where all the Dark Justiciars went. The final lyrics linger in your mind. There is a trick buried within them, a clause that cannot easily be fulfilled.
That's it.
Contract is a song.
Parchment can burn. Oral agreements aren't worth the tongues they're waggled out upon. A song lingers. Raphael made double sure of that. I can't forget the damn thing so long as my word's not finished. I did as instructed, but the song still rattles about in my head. The contract still stands somehow. If I break it, I will become Raphael's slave forever. Anyway, enough prattle. The lyrics are clear. All who hear the song must die. Time to die.
Lyrics are a trick. You've always had an audience, your followers. Get rid of them.
The Merigons. They barely have a thought to share among themselves. But they do have ears. Kill yourselves. Back to the hells with you. I still hear it. Seems your theory
Close roll,
was
yeah.
wrong.
You're not finished yet. The Displacer can hear you, can't she? Kill her.
Kill Nessa. Stay very still. My beauty. I still hear it.
Exactly. Kill yourself, complete the contract, and you'll be reborn in Avernus. Free. Real question is, can you roll a 99 for the 99 check? Yes.
If you're wrong about this, I'll claw my way out of Avernus and eat you alive. Contract be damned. Nicely played, Raphael. Bastard.
Resolved as a fighter would. Is he okay? Yeah. Proud of me? Thanks, Moo.
Anything of use?
Dude got over milked. It's important that you don't overdraw from the tap when harvesting your milk. Yogurt's off the menu, boys. Yeah, I'm sure I could still squeeze some out.
What's hiding here?
I believe that's the first time I've ever made Yogurt do that on stream, by the way. Because I consider that way too risky. You saw the series of rolls I had to do there. I had to pass a perception check and an insight check passively, and then I had to actively succeed those 3 persuasion checks. Could go for Lurthen Door now. Suppose it makes sense. I can fix him equals broke. I can milk him equals woke. Yes. This is what the woke left wants. So that's an abnormal series of events for me? Yeah, I think I would. Does it just issue blink constantly for anyone else? Yes, for everyone else since patch 8. Blood ruins everything fight. Yeah, that's why I turned off Call the Weak. Wish I had more caustic bulbs for this though. Like being pinned and pinning equally in Twitch chat. Yeah, in Minecraft. Nice, a fighter that thinks he's a wizard. That would be funny. Don't need to deal with the Lerthendor Rave. Be full sorcerer run? Yeah, that's pretty much the plan, yeah. And if by sorcerer you mean fighter, because
Say I'll catch a break.
Abnormal's a
Such
fighter.
as
Something good here, I hope. I have something to ask.
The girl must learn the ways of the arcane.
You can teach the girl her magic is even wilder than mine. Well, you see, I would say that, but Ab doesn't know he's magic.
Fear not.
If they're
I mean, you can actually succeed the 99 roll? Yes.
Well, it's a rundown bearing the weight of centuries, sort of. The Orthon is nothing. Thank you for helping me. It was very kind.
Hey, Manatee.
Something in the air down here. It's like this place wants to be forgotten.
Yeah, Karlak, that was a fart. I'm sorry.
I can be close to you now without fear. No more than anyone else.
Okay, so we've yurged way earlier than I'd ever do. I swear this doesn't happen every time. I got excited, it was a compliment. Gonna break Karlak's heart? No. I think I remember Evelyn doing something like that as an Arabella invincible if you get control of her. If you get Spore Servant Arabella, then she can't enter combat turn orders. So you could give her a weapon and have her beat anything to death without it being able to retaliate. It was really popular on YouTube for like a month when that first got found out. And I had to deal with chatters coming in asking why I didn't do that every day for like every run I was doing for a while. It was very annoying. It stuck with me, if that isn't obvious. Thought they patched that? I have no idea if they patched that or not. I truly don't care. It's never something that's that I found interesting. Morning, Chief.
Many hearts, one soul. Of many thoughts, one mind.
Welcome back, true soul.
I think it's time we start getting the worm.
Come back.
Yeah, exile. Trying to move away from more cheesy things like that. A topic we've been discussing a lot lately is people are very quick to slap the label of cheese on anything. You know, things like, yeah, using an invincible mushroom zombie child that nothing can fight back against. yeah, I'd say that's a pretty safe classification of cheese. But like the whole mental process of hey, this is a thing that's cheese, so I'm gonna put this in this box. Uh, I don't like that. Like don't put yourself in boxes with your runs and with your consumption of the game. If you think something would be fun for you, and you're okay with it, do that. If you don't think it's for you, don't do that. And it really is that simple. Like, I'll give an example. Using party members in camp and having them buff you while you do a solo run is something that some people do. And in fact, a lot of those YouTube creators that popularize, I can speak, certain mechanics, such as that Arabella thing, like doing things like, I'm going to have Gale cast Warding Bond and do all of those things, Hero's Feast, all that, so that I can be like, look, I did all this solo honor mode. Because in their definition, that's something that is allowed. It's something that they're okay with. For my definition, I have done that camp casting thing before on a tactician solo, and I found the power level too high. It's not something I have a taste for, so I don't do it. But I don't go around policing other people's runs and content. And I'm not saying anyone here is doing that. Just to bring attention to an end point of that way of thinking. The only rules that matter for your run are the ones you want to apply to it.
I will be fine. Still not feeling better. Let's see if I can help you. Now.
If you do anything other than make attack rolls, that's cheating. People do feel that way, Shiniest. It's exhausting, but I've seen that take. A lot of what people call cheese are just game mechanics. Yeah. Trying to think of some other things that I don't do. I don't do permanent Drake Throat Glaive buffing. I know how to do it, I don't do it. I don't do camp casting. I don't do Barrelmancy. No, Barrelmancy is also overrated and would not be more efficient than some of the solutions I use for some fights, but I still just don't do it. What else don't I do? Odd one auto mod? Yeah, weird. And machete. Using spells in Elden Ring. You're not doing it right, you're cheating. Yeah. And there's things that I do that other people would classify as cheese. The improvised melee weapon stuff that I often do. Region travel, refreshing cooldowns. The sorcery points thing. Do I want to do this fight right now? Yeah, I suppose I do. Don't need free action here. I'd like to go back to Colossus, but let's do Viciousness for a change of pace. Dropped a lot of shovels since patch 8. Cheese, sure. Fun sometimes for me, yes. And there you go, Sal. That's something that I've left not to do. But that's my own decision for my own game. I totally should use main action there. It's okay. I engage in the cheesiest PG-3 activity of them all. It's completely game-breaking, makes everything except my own pride trivial. Reading. You sick fuck. What's the cheese for the shovels? You know how people would strip to refresh free cast before patch 8? Well, the method in patch 8 is to drop a shovel. What would happen to Naz's difficulty mod? Did something happen? I can turn Call the Weak back on. People go, oh, you can't use XYZ because it's cheese, or you should do such and such. Are the same kind of people who shame people who are playing at different difficulty. Games are for fun. Play them however maximize your fun without infringing on other and multiplayer scenarios. Not only that, it's often projection for them being upset that they aren't as knowledgeable in a sphere that they think they are. Like, elitism is a skill issue. Elitism is someone desperately wanting to be recognized as knowledgeable and therefore authoritative on a subject. Anybody who knows what they're doing does not have, like, the desire to impose that on other people. Unless they have some serious underlying issues. I didn't come here to be called out. Sorry. I'm not. Or they're gaining something from it. Or that. Souls community is so bad about elitism. Yeah. And often, it's people who don't know shit about fuck who are trying to be part of the in-group. For the people who do know what they're doing. And again, look at some of the most well-known cases in the Souls fandom of people who are very good at the game, just kind of letting people lie. Like that Let Me Solo Her guy got famous because he's a skilled player who just wanted to help people get through a hard fight if they wanted to, like, continue that storyline. Just took a bunch of his time, just went and did that. Like, that's what people who actually know what they're doing do. What I'm hearing is that I cannot be shamed for horny dinosaur science. The amount of streamers I've seen who love Souls game refuse to stream because they're maggots for backseating elites. Hey, it's me. I'm one of those streamers. I wouldn't say I love Souls games, but there's a couple that I would absolutely play if it didn't attract a certain kind of vibe. And post my experience with certain other fandoms, I care a lot about the vibe that we cultivate in terms of the people who inhabit this space. It has been a multi-year process in filtering out a certain kind of gamer, derogatory. But I'm happy with where we're at on that front. Sekiro, love that game. Great game. I played Bloodborne, most of the guys total dickheads. You want to eat my meow meow, just say that, stop hiding behind this elite gamer shit. Just say you haven't touched a woman, crave energy. Can't believe I read that all out. But yeah, Moo, it's people who think they're slick not being slick. I don't like Souls-likes as a genre. That doesn't mean the Star Wars nerd in me didn't suffer through Fallen Order and Survivor and Jedi Master. I don't really like the Souls-like formula that much because they're so secure in it that they don't really innovate. Even something like Elden Ring that got received very well for innovating on that formula, expanding it in scope, didn't innovate enough, if you ask me. Like, here's what I mean by that. Taking any basic action in a Souls game feels like shit. Now, you'll have some people who defend that immediately. Like, in the same vein as tank controls feel like shit. And they're like, well, yeah, that's the point. Because that's what they like, because that's the formula. As someone who plays other games, I don't like that. I don't want the feedback of every basic action I take, much less the complex actions, to feel like shit. Feel like you're crouch walking through molasses all the time. Having an insane number of inputs just to, like, switch your weapons. Clunky inventory, intentionally so. I don't like that stuff. That's not for me. But, to your point about the Jedi games, Rathana, I enjoyed those games a lot. And suffering through a difficulty level that was punishing. Difficulty is accessibility. You decided that the experience you want was a harder one. So. But I like Kazan because they have options. I stopped hearing about Kazan pretty quickly. I don't know why that is. It was good, right? I'm also in the anti-Souls like gamer category. I don't like the idea of having to fail sometimes 100 plus times in order to succeed. That's not something I personally have an issue with. It's just like the... I don't find myself immersed in the gameplay flow. And I'm sure that's something that could change if I expose myself to the formula over a long period of time, but that's just not something that I care to do. There's other games that have my interest. And again, I think it's important that we all recognize. I believe this was the CEO of the studio that made Helldivers. I always forget the name. Not all games are for all people, and that's okay. It is okay for a game to cater to a specific crowd's taste.
It's been a long day.
In gameplay features. There's nothing wrong with that.
If everyone else minds their
We'll do 1 bed block as a treat. Should have done 2. Happy heat wave. Hey, soy sauce. Okay, 6.8k off the level. We could try to go do the stealth one, I guess.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I have holy water, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Forget about Thought Shield for inclusion in the sheet when you were currently playing Great Old One. Too many things in the game, man.
Huh, I'll give it a shot.
The bowl contains an ancient
Hey, Jesse, thanks for the 10 months. I appreciate it. 10 months, K, love you, bye. K, love you, bye.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
WOOOOO 10 months K, love you, bye.
What am I supposed to do?
TDS struggled. Now I lurk. I appreciate the lurk. I agree with that, but it's difficult when talking about a game like Helldivers, where it's reliant on online play. Servers are so expensive, keeping the player base up is important, so cater to more people is important as well, since they're continuing costs for the game. That's true, but they had no trouble. Maybe I'm dumb? No, you're not, Chinese Pants. But, like, I think it says a lot that someone with a financial stake in, you know, making sure that people keep consuming the thing, because, as you said, server costs, Helldivers has done pretty well for itself. So, someone with every reason to have the opposite take was like, hey, no, it's okay. You don't have to cast the widest net possible all the time. Just pick something you want to do and do it well. I think that makes the statement more powerful. In that light of not all games being for everyone, it sucks that many of my niche PvP games die for trying to subvert the skill curve that made it unique in the vein of new player accommodation. Right, and this ties in with something that we were talking about earlier, where, to borrow from what Moo said, she doesn't like the Call of Duty-fication of games, and I agree with that. It can be fine, but, like, eventually seeing something that's more of its own beast become like an actionized parody of itself over time, it gets exhausting after the first couple times, you know? Just to give one example.
That's a friendly looking shadow. What path lies before me?
I don't think I need the holy water with that crit, but take those. So many instances of damage. Yeah, arrows of fire. Let's talk about those. Arrows of fire are way more cracked than you know they are. Like, arrows of fire, power level-wise, are somewhere around 4th level spells. If I had to slap them in a vacuum. Like, there are so many mechanics you can just slap onto them. They're a consumable available at level 1. Anybody can use them. Hey, Brucey. So good. Holy water did matter there. I saw the arrow fail to kill. When you describe them as spells, you aren't exactly lying. Also true.
The first trial completed. The first sign you are worthy. Continue. Do not fail.
Speak the goddamn mantra. God damn it. Super prevalent in For Honor. The balance has always been shit over the years. Ubisoft is gradually making each new hero play more and more alike, while reworking the older ones to be less unique. Don't know if it was to cater to the ranked comp player based on their metas or make it more accessible to newer players to cast a wider net, but it sucked a lot of the uniqueness out of so many matchups. I'm sorry to hear. That's a frustrating event when that happens. They do require investment for peak damage, which is mostly saying play Eldritch Knight. Should I send that monologue to Glenny with no context? Yes. I should allow the spawns here, but I'm just not going to bother. Just because I want Booming Blade online. Still can't get over the martial bravery Marco gearing for that, for Arrows of Fire. I shouldn't take the low ground here.
These boots have seen everything.
I should go here. Seems ideal. Gets Living Shadow off of both of these. Still can't get over how handsome this fellow is. Hey, Sailor Cat. And yeah, he's a specimen. It's distracting. It's frankly very distracting. Speaking of cheese, what's the best way to do the invisible path trial now? Noticing fly to each platform, can't dual cheese, so auto walk, click near the bottom final platform. Yeah, that's been gone since patch 7. I mean, there's no best way of doing it. Everyone will have their way that they're comfortable with. I am still a proponent of just skipping that room entirely, unless you are doing a run that calls for the needing the gem or getting the inspiration point off doing all the trials or slotting all the gems into the door. I'm a proponent of just skipping the room entirely, but if you're going to do it, my stress-free way is I just get 3 uses of Misty Step and or Dimension Door and Blind Immunity, and I just go platform to platform that way. Flying works, but you have to fly low. If you fly too high, you hit the kill ceiling, and then that doesn't work. Marco's proficiency to fire, damage apply to fire arrows. Yes. Marco will apply to special arrows of relevant types, because Marco considers them to be spells. Actually put me in a better position. Thank you. As much as I want a bonus action for Windblade every turn, I don't need to do that. Needlessly spendy. Bussy is a spell, just like in real life. What inspired this character? I was trying to think of ways to get me to play a wild magic sorcerer, and the idea of doing one that just didn't really cast spells stuck with me for a while. It turns out it's just good. If you play wild magic sorcerer and you don't cast spells, you are able to funnel all of your sorcery points into just legitimately good class features. Like what? Bend luck. You can just give yourself 1d4 for a bonus to ability checks per 2 sorcery points. This stacks, it's a free action. You just pass any skill check you want, as long as you have enough sorcery points. You have Tides of Chaos, which is advantage on whatever ability check you want once per short rest. And that's a feature you get at level 2. You have the standard sorcerer meta magic stuff. Oh, you can also use Bend Luck to impose penalties on people, not just bonuses on yourself. So, like, I stole everything from vendors yesterday. Everything. I stole everything Roa had, everything Damon had, everything Tally had, everything Lantarv had, except for a couple things. Almost everything Araj had. Because I was giving myself enough bonuses to skill checks that I couldn't really fail unless I double rolled once. I made Yurgir self-delete today after killing the Marigans and the Displacer Beast. I had him do the entire fight for me. We did all the Thorms that way yesterday. I could use that for the Zathis. Wild Magic Sorcerer, you can pass whatever skill check you want. There's no limit. And that's a level 6 feature. What was the Martial Bravery interaction special arrows? I'll explain. I know Trade already explained in chat, but for everyone else's benefit. So Martial Bravery is the condition from the Scabby Pugilist Circlet that Mattis sells in Act 3, which says 2 more damage on melee and unarmed attacks while you're surrounded. But that's not exactly how it works. What it means is as long as the target has an adjacent ally, you get 2 more damage. On every instance, that's part of that attack. So for example, if you shot an arrow of fire at someone who's standing next to an ally, you get 2 extra damage on the single target portion of the arrow, 2 extra damage on the AoE on both of them. So it's already given you 6 damage before outside help. And if you were to have more DRS stuff going on, it would go on each subsequent instance. It's not that you need to be surrounded, it's that the target needs to have an adjacent ally. And this does mean, for example, dragons. The way dragons work in this game, their proxies are adjacent allies. So any effect that wants you to be surrounded, it works against Answer and the Dominated Red Dragon and Cadenos and any mod-added dragons. So like Gloves of the Growling Underdog, Scabby Pugilist Circlet are really good for the Answer fight because it's just advantage and more damage. Self-same right now? No, that can wait. Could do hide and seek. Get back on Peerless Focus for that, I guess. And we will do Howard of Vigilance. I was talking about it. May as well. So many Eldritch Knight builds I have to try. It's almost like Eldritch Knight is, goated.
Will you play with me? I'm Oliver. Or find me and get...
Don't waste a step.
You weren't supposed to find... Good. Try to find...
Careful footwork. Time to press ahead. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Just giving fighters spells is OP. There's something else Eldritch Knight does that's good. So at level 10, Eldritch Knight imposes disadvantage on all saving throws on anyone they hit with a weapon attack. This is an unconditional effect. If they hit you with a weapon attack, you have disadvantage on all saving throws. For 2 turns? 3 turns? So there's that. They can also weave in an attack after using a cantrip. And in a post-Booming Blade... 2 turns, thank you. And in a post-Booming Blade world, that means a melee-focused Eldritch Knight can Booming Blade and still attack 3 times. They get access to the Wizard spell list, which means Ritual spells, Enhanced Leap, and Longstrider. It means Shield. It means Booming Blade, Blade Ward, Minor Illusion. Expeditious Retreat, Magic Weapon, all sorts of stuff. Yeah. Okay, I already used my bonus action. Have an Eldritch Knight for my hold spells build probably go hard. I mean, it depends. It's easy enough to impose disadvantage on holds against most creatures. Because, like, you already can't hold undead, and they're the primary thing that's immune to Steeped in Bliss. So for a humanoids, you can always just be doing Resonant Stone stuff already. But what Eldritch Knight really shines at is any sort of weapon maneuvers. They're imposing disadvantage on those. Any sort of coatings, they're imposing disadvantage on those. So they make for very good poisoners. And very good users of special arrows. Does the disadvantage happen on the strike that applies Eldritch Strike to, or only the next one? I believe it doesn't apply for the strike that applies it. But Trade would know better than I do there. I'll bend luck. Lose luck. Next attack, thank you. But a specific interaction with Eldritch Knight that's very notable. So archery is already very strong. Fighter archery is extremely strong. Eldritch Knight archery is able to enter this area where the way Eldritch Strike works is it imposes Stricken with Eldritch Inertia, and that effect is disadvantage in all saving throws for 2 turns while it's active. You can apply that, and you can use, let's say, Crawler Mucus on an Arrow of Slaying. So functionally, your arrow is 2 hits. That's 2 separate chances to apply the coating. If the target has Stricken with Eldritch Inertia on them already, they have disadvantage. This means in order to not get paralyzed by an Arrow of Slaying fired by an Eldritch Knight, the target has to succeed 4 saving throws. All 4. Failing even one of them, paralyzed. And you can, of course, use Bane, Gloves of Baneful Striking, Reverberation, to reduce someone's Constitution saving throws, to make it even harder for them to roll the requisite amount to not get paralyzed. So, yeah, Eldritch Knight is the most consistent debilitator in the game, outside of maybe a Divination Wizard. There's other classes that are good at it. Wild Magic Sorcerer is decent at it. Lore Bard is decent at it. Divination Wizard is good at it. But, like, Eldritch Knight does that shit effectively passively, while being a fighter. And this is while being a fighter that has, once again, ritual spells, shield, cantrips.
Sure you would.
What does Arcane Trickster consider a spell for Magical Ambush? Spells. Magical Ambush is really wonky. I believe it just straight up turns off if you are not obscured. I don't know if they may have fixed that in patch 8 actually. But Magical Ambush is like such a non-entity for Arcane Trickster. They didn't fix it? No? Oh. Well. Sorry. I assume patch 8 might have fixed something. But yeah, Magical Ambush is such a non-entity with Trickster's value. Even if it worked, it'd be like, hey, this is nice, but anyway. Because Arcane Trickster is a rogue that gets all of the same wizard perks that an Eldritch Knight gets. So that is ritual spells, that is cantrips, including Booming Blade. But a big thing Arcane Trickster gets is they have a weirdly high number of first level spell slots. I believe they have 10 if you pure class all the way through. I think they have 10 first level spell slots. So that is a lot of fuel for various things. Could be shield. Could be maybe you multi-class and pick up like smites from Hexblade or Paladin. Kind of want to delay going to the Crush until level 9 if I can. Get more out of the exploration spot there. I could fight other stuff on that map. You know, I haven't done Moonrise Roof. Yeah, let's go up there and do that. Use the incandescent staff for fire resistance. Let's do Iron Banded Shield. It's nice for like action refresh spells. Oh, Magical Ambush, yeah. Tentacles, Blight, Ice Storm. Chain Lightning.
You will turn around in her name.
I will turn around in her name. Okay, that's good. 85%. Provided the game doesn't lie. So let's bend luck.
Let's get going. Looking ahead. And these things are so interesting.
Give myself plus 3d4. The game lied. As I was worried about.
Just on a few. Don't waste a step. If not over, then through.
Can you come up here after Ketherick left the throne room? Yeah, it's just Ketherick will be standing right in the middle of the room here. And if combat spills over here, he'll join. While invincible. And, in some situations that can cause all the Moonrise to go hostile permanently. We like wild magic surges, right? Well, they don't happen. That was the fireball from this staff. Now, fireball sucks, so I would never ever spend a spell slot or a scroll on it, because I would rather sell the scroll or use the spell slot on anything else. But if the staff is just going to give you a fireball...
For mercy.
Nice 3 damage. Incredible stuff. 3 on 2d10. So yeah, cantrips before level 5 are terrible. Offensive ones, I should say. Exception to Repelling Blast, Eldritch Blast situationally, and Reaper Bone Chill situationally. But like, in all honesty, they're still not great before level 10 either. Like, cantrips never catch up to bows, ever. But most things don't catch up to bows. I don't really feel like that's a fair point of comparison. You can get some good class-specific value out of Shock and Grasp on Storm Sorcerer. Obviously, I'm not talking about Booming Blade here. Question about co-op runs for your squad. Any chance of seeing an Unga Bunga run where you all run around with American masks, hitting things hard and failing all saving throws could be chaotic?
Light on my feet.
Sounds like a fun concept. There are no current plans in place for, like, I'm not planning any new runs outside of solos right now. Well, planning one.
Exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Yeah, planning one. But that's already yeah, I mean, could maybe fold that into that. Actually, might yoink that idea. Did you write it down? Basically, the solid color. Good luck attending a witch burning later. Oh, good luck, Combs. Have fun. I guess I want to kill the ogre now. Then go with the pretty shade of pink. Who cares what's seen as basic? If you like it, like it. Don't be afraid to like things. And like, especially this is an area you're more qualified in than a lot of other people, so like, who gives a shit what they think if you like it? Yeah, because I'm a hot girl, I do hot shit spending income on my outfits. I don't text quick things, which is bad. God damn it. I didn't realize what you were doing until a line into that. Sorry, Megan possessed me. I wish she would possess me. My downsizing co-op runs? A little bit. Like, loosely. I just want to have, more control over my schedule. More free days. Like, maybe some variety re-enters the schedule at some point, and I want to have enough days to make progress on co-ops. Because, like, that first month of patch 8, if I didn't do, like, a 12-hour stream on a run, I didn't really make progress in that run for the week, because I was doing a different run basically every day. Alright, 60 sorcery points should be enough for a bit. Alright, I've been trying to think of how to word this in a way that makes sense, and I think I arrived at a way that you degens are gonna get it. Megan the Stallion is like my real life Minthara. Where, like, doesn't matter what she asked me to do, I would do it. So it's a good thing there are no groves of tieflings around. Minthara or Mizora? People need confirmation. Well, I went with Minthara because, you know, people mostly think about Mizora for the upstairs stuff and Minthara for the downstairs stuff, so.
Cutting to the chase.
You murdered someone in view of...
Any wild magic for that? No? Okay. So it's a big fleshy over-under. How did it feel to type those words, Control?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Speaking of fireball scrolls, I can sell those. You know a feeling when you drop something disgusting on the floor and catch it at a reflex, then realize you're holding something nasty? Yeah, like that. Incredible. Twitch is finally letting you watch. Oh, is it having problems today too, Deli? Okay, stomach, calm down. Holy fuck. It's been pausing all over the place for days. They've been changing stuff on the back end, and I guess it's been causing disruptions. Like the UI, they changed all sorts of weird shit. For no real reason, but usually whenever they do stuff like that, it does cause site-wide disruptions for a few days, which doesn't make sense, because that's not how that should work. Was your nickname in college? Nice, Control.
Where do you hail from? I was a farrier in Dissaring Valley.
How to get about 5,000 XP without going to the mountain pass or doing anything super stressful. It's a great question, me. I'm in love with the idea that Ab is just running around shirtless and no one but us is thirsting over his muscles. I mean, people are famously horny in Faerun, so they're probably all also thirsting. It's just that the setting is full of hot people, so I feel like maybe they're just desensitized. Like, not that there aren't a lot of hot people in real life, but like, the average seems to be like supermodel.
Yes, you did. She gives them to you.
Let's see.
If only he had gone back.
I could do mean locks. Yeah, let's do mean locks.
You better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Its pecs are bigger than my glutes and I got a dump truck ass. That is a great point of comparison. No notes. 25 AC, opposing disadvantage, slashing res. Should be comfy enough. I could drop my AC a bit and do Rippling Force, but meh. Hey, Kara. Time to peg myself. I just don't get surges. Just simply don't have a wild magic surge. It's easy. Take notes. I don't think this fight's worth using the worm on, but I can use Wyvern Toxin. I tried to drink that short rest spot next to Raj without picking it up and she got mad. Really? Were you hiding when you did it?
Breathe deep and move.
Because she did not even notice when I did it. Of course he wouldn't get a wild magic surge. Fighters don't get those. True. Having bad initiative be like, woof.
Lead locks. Their eyes are sensitive. Light or fire is my friend.
Bad luck didn't roll high enough. Needed to roll a 2. I intentionally didn't put my Moon Lantern down just to group them up a little bit faster. Needed to roll a 3 on that. I need to roll a 4 on that, right? Let's see. Should have grabbed a reverb boots for this too. Also, I don't have stage fright. Stage fright's perfect here. What am I doing? I'm throwing. Three misses, 70% on that one. Rolling 2s will do that, yeah. Bad luck. I could actually somewhat safely do this without paralysis immunity. Because even if they paralyze me, they're still struggling to hit me and then struggling to damage me. But my ding dong happy? Yeah. Yeah. Bend luck. Didn't expect the crit, but we take those. Oh, why does this ding dong like a tuna can? It's like a spam can. I go to camp or leave the center of outpost after having delivered the shipment, the enemies leave. So as soon as you deload the area, the chest gets teleported to Act 3, and if you've made them hostile at all, then the ones in the back half of the cave leave. Dreadwind is worth going ability rings over melee if I'm also doing melee while it's on cooldown. No. Could bow wall someone. That would make slicing a short sword a fun weapon to use. Though I don't have proficiency. A level 12 feat is probably going to be Weapon Master. Oh, maybe I could, I think realistically I actually swap out heavily armored for whole arm master. And then that frees up a feat. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I gotta go piss girl. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. 1 second, checking on something real quick. Okay, good. Let's figure out what we're doing next. Fortification ring, apply radiating orb.
How farther can I go?
It's not a terrible idea. Yes, I know I skip Covert Cowl. I almost never use it.
Cursed.
Not gonna bother picking it up. I don't remember what kind of trap this is, so we're doing Survival Instinct in case it's a Guiding Bolt trap, because those can kill you. Haha. Yep. Seems better right now. Take advantage of the peg. .21 AC is not fantastic, but slashing res, necrotic res, imposing disadvantage should be good enough. Let's get some more sorcery points. I think we do the Mason's Guild fight next. Could go grab Sorrow and we could Thorn Whip the Shambling Mound into the chasm. Use the XP that way. Be easier if I took Distance Spell. I did not. Also tempting to put Daylight onto my weapon. Wraith will override it. Never mind. Oh, I gotta do, extended spell Booming Blade with, Purple Worm Toxin. I gotta try that with Hunter's Dagger. See if that gives more Ruptured Ticks as well. Ooh, who do I try that on? There's the Adept in the Moonrise Prison. I guess I could try him. Like, it's a little questionable, but as a poisoner, I've been thinking about 10 Eldritch Knight, 2 Sorcerer. You lose your improved extra attack, and you don't have the Hexblade level for Hexblade's Curse on poisons. But you do get access to, extended spell on coatings. I think for that setup, you'd want to play a... probably Zariel Tiefling. You can do Branding Smite ranged. Extended spell out.
That's curious.
Is Abnormal related to John? Yeah, this is John's younger brother.
Don't want to draw any attention. Best be on my way.
Oh yeah, behold the Piss Halberd. Okay, Piss Halberd sounds like a euphemism for dick. And I kind of love it. Boom Blade works with Poisoner's Robe. I assume you were referring to using like Broodmother's Revenge, which, ew, gross. I guess the alternative is like Thornblade. Maybe it probably works with Hellbeard Halberd. Hellbeard Halberd's a good application of that. But Act 3, ew. John and Ab have a Death Cleric Necromancer relative called Para. Well, now I got another run I gotta do. $24 on the road procs with that. So... No, it doesn't. Unless you're saying that without any sources of poison damage on your attack at all, Booming Blade is causing... It's just treated as poison. Which... No, because then where's the poison damage coming from? Poisoners. I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Where's the poison damage coming from? Another source? Okay, that's what I was saying. Yeah. And in terms of getting poison damage going on your weapon without it being a delayed tick, such as a coating, you're looking at limited options. Thornblade is an option. Broodmother's Revenge is an option. Hellbeard Halberd. Infernal weapons, so spear and mace. Longsword's a cut item. Handmaiden's Mace. A lot of those are very late game, and at that point, why Poisoner's Robe over Potent Robe or Mutilated Carapace? You know. The early game shot is Broodmother's, but outside of a Hexblade scenario where it's triggering automatically all the time, meh. And even in a Hexblade scenario, you're then giving up having toxins boosted by that. I'm skeptical. Ginny Scimitar. Ginny Scimitar is a good one. Yeah, I'll concede that. But that's also late game, because you're not getting that until level 11. Doesn't Poisoner's Robe require a spell to work? Yes, Booming Blade is a spell. So what we're referring to is Booming Blade makes your attack a spell. If your weapon has poison damage and you use Booming Blade to attack with it, you did a spell that did poison damage, and Poisoner's Robe will work. Alright, Witcher. What am I ranting about?
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
I always get the note wrong there. It's that one.
I'm exhausted. I'll find somewhere to camp soon.
Using repulsor to hit the lever through the wall. So I don't have to succeed perception here. I'm not crazy. Shadowblade's hella strong, right? Just from pure damage perspective. It's overrated, but also strong. Both things can be true. It's got a high floor, and Psychic is very uncommonly resisted. Casters or Booming Blade synergize well with the Spell Sparkler. It would synergize well with anyone doing Booming Blade. Caster or not, Baneblade. Any specific ways it's overrated? Because there's still better tools for lots of situations. Piercing damage still scales higher. Rat Bat still scales higher. Bows still scale higher. A lot of people are running around hailing Patch 8 Shadowblade as you know, the new damage overlord, and no, it's quite good. And I'm saying this as someone who had a 324 damage sneak attack staff with the Shadowblade, because I just wanted to show what high-end rogue Shadowblade use looked like. So, like, I did that. It's still weaker than bows. Piercing damage still goes farther. So it's not a peerless item, just a good one. A way to get Flee immunity, like against the Fear spell, similarly received from Therazin or an answer, because I think Frightened immunity isn't the same. Protection from evil and good covers all fear effects in the game. All flavors. And Emily, good to see you on here again. Still getting back into BG3 since the patches. How does Archer fit into the other warrior classes? Eldritch Knight strongest? In general, Eldritch Knight is the strongest fighter subclass, yes. Arcane Archer is cool, though. I like it. It's the oddball of the bunch. It doesn't have the resource sustain issues that Battlemaster does. So if you want to play an archer clicking like stylized attacks from your subclass, I vastly prefer it. The big thing that Battlemaster has for that Arcane Archer doesn't is precision attack for accuracy, but it just means don't take Sharpshooter. Or if you're going to take Sharpshooter, then you have to overcommit to accuracy stuff or accept missing. I like the piercing shot that Arcane Archer gets, because unlike the others, it's not an attack roll, it's just an AoE. So you can just kind of bypass people's armor class and start spamming AoEs on your attack, and that's how I enjoyed playing it. Arcane Archer also makes whatever bow they're using magical, which is notable if you're doing the makeshift bow, which synergizes well with piercing shot as well. So you can do some cool curving shot with stuff with it as well once you hit level 7. Same level as the always magical thing. It's got some sauce. Arcane Archer's cool. I like it quite a bit. Sorry for repeating the question. Oh, it's okay. I didn't see it. This must have been while I was AFK. Sorry. How dangerous are the enemies? Bottom of Zen hideout? Not particularly, but there's a lot of hazards in the area, and they are willing to blow up barrels near you. So every run I've seen end there has been from that. Just watch your positioning.
Your tadpole squirms, urging you to obey.
You failed to retrieve the artifact. You failed to protect your true soul. You do not deserve to live.
You
Enough! True soul, tell the general how the...
we killed them.
I'm so... No.
Or better.
Of course. You heard the general. Here.
Fight me.
The seat of the Absolute's power, occupied by a general that cannot be killed. But his followers are flesh and blood. We must learn more about his power.
I'm gonna pass the insight check with Zarel. Can't believe you skipped Mark's girlfriend. It's okay, he only needed to see her for a couple seconds. Hey, Regiment.
General Thorm's prayers and preparation. Even you decide. Excellent. The goblins. No.
Her mind enters yours abruptly, flickering across your memories in a blaze of
Game of romance scene with her. I had to go invisible through and make it happen.
at the memory of the goblin.
I see you like to handle underlings for let's see.
She every emotion soaks into her mind's palette. But there is purpose to her exploration. She is searching for proof of your faith.
Sure. I think I can pass this.
You have quite the imagination. But that's all it can ever be with you two. Imagination. The Absolute offers the real. With the Absolute, she gave me everything that's it. Play along. The relic, but we have lost contact with him. Go there. It is some...
She's suddenly nervous.
That's insight.
Talking about the relic makes her anxious.
That's chaos, get advantage. Like, Wild Magic Sorcerer is so good with skill checks, it's crazy.
General Thorm will not leave Moonrise without... Fine. Talk to the bugbear, then he must...
The Absolute's just a parasite influencing the brain. How does Zarel get the ability to kill people with a snap of her fingers? But because Zarel is tadpole, she's using psionic powers from the tadpole. You know how we get the tadpole powers here? She's doing the same thing. She even uses some of the tadpole powers you can unlock.
The Absolute calls us all to her design. Your family will answer. Eventually.
So I agree, builds are mostly objective. I don't know. But if I had to ask which build could benefit a fire theme more in your testing, is close melee, light domain, cleric, dragonborn, or dragon ancestry sorcerer. So like, Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer gets a lot of praise for fire builds because people see the feature of the level 6 feature, a Draconic Elemental Affinity, and they get excited. And, like, in theory, it's fine. But in practice, there's just better versions of it, namely Evocation School Wizard. Just gets that same bonus that applies more favorably at level 10. Light Domain Cleric is great because you get all the perks of being a cleric while still getting access to things like Scorching Ray and Flame Strike in your spell list. So I would say that of those two, I would definitely lean Light Cleric, but like, if you're talking full scope of the game, Evocation School Wizard. Draconic's good in Act 1, never really gets better. I kind of reject that 2 trade because a lot of people aren't hitting level 6 until they're done with the first map. So at that point, okay, they maybe have the bonus for early Shadow Curse land stuff. Maybe they have Frigate Yankee. But I would say Light Domain Cleric of those two that you presented. Asking Quag to choose between something and Cleric? Listen.
Took a liking to you, did she? Watch yourself. She breaks her toys.
I have no defense other than Cleric is good. I need no defense other than Cleric is good. It's just an 8-level dip. Yeah, it's just an 8-level dip. Warding Flare lets you get crit. Is it still worth using? I mean, depends. Warding Flare is nice for before you have crit immunity.
And the dreams came.
You can use improved Warding Flare on allies. And they're unlikely to have crit immunity in a solo context. So I don't rate Warding Flare very highly. The things about Light Domain that I think are very good are the always prepared spells you get, and the Channel Divinity. You have the bonus in Act 1, it's good, but in Act 2 I agree it's meh. Like, if you have the Draconic Elemental Affinity bonus online in Act 1, I guess it's fine. Like, if you got Ethel Hair to get your Charisma up to 18, or if you took an ASI or something, if your Charisma modifier is higher than +3, then, like, sure, getting +4 on all your fire spells is great. Clicking Scorching Ray at that point, super duper strong. That's a stack of ifs, though. Quick 20-minute dip, Morty. In and out. Cleric is... it's just that class. Let's get my sorcery points up again. 3.5. Shambling Mound? Yeah, I think Shambling Mound next. Did I have Boots of Striding today? No. Hey, Blind Wind. Notice I have a few level 2 spell slots there. I don't know what you mean. Those are my fighter points. Competing with Fiend since Hex plus Raise come online at level 3. Mm-hmm. Solo Tempest Cleric is probably my least killable successful auto run through. Most fun was pure Rogue Assassin. Nice THW. I enjoy both of those quite a bit. It's funny, Assassin's my least favorite Rogue subclass, but I still enjoy it because I love Rogue as a whole. It's just, you know, picking between 4 things that I like. Which is my favorite rogue? Arcane Trickster. Though I tend to play Thief the most. Only 50% here. What's your initiative? Chance I could lose initiative on that. Greeted it. Yoink. Hey, getting stressed. How are you? Abs looking mighty normal today. Water retention in the Shadowlands must be rough. Yeah, he's dehydrated. Totally for, not for the content, you know? It's interesting regarding Assassin. I love the sneak attack crits they pull off. Yeah, but here's the thing about Assassin that is very easy to overlook. Everybody can crit. Assassin crits with consistency, but everybody can crit, and there are multiple outlets to get that crit consistency outside of Assassin. So what happens when you're already critting at least a comparable rate to Assassin, but then you're also getting other subclass features? That does not mean Assassin is bad. That does not mean Assassin needs any changes. That does not mean any of that, because the things it provides are still valuable. But it is possible to be critting as much as Assassin, or almost as much, while having the things that other rogue subs give. If only I ever remembered to toggle Luck of the Far Realms on, too. Trying to think what I haven't fought. I did want to try something out. Hey, Kels. In the office today in podcast mode. Hope things are well. Yeah, things are going okay. What kind of fighter is my sorcerer? Yeah, what kind of fighter? A wild fighter. Assassin was a bummer to first find out how much more other rogue subclasses do. I try not to view it that way, because, like, they all bring something valuable to the table. I think if we were to do ourselves a disservice and do that thing that people like doing with tier lists and power scaling and context-free comparisons, then, like, Arcane Trickster and Thief are fighting for top spot. But, like, that doesn't mean the other ones are without merit. Paladins are still the best though, right? They're not even the best at being shit anymore. Because Bladesinger does that better. So no, Paladins are no longer the best at even being the worst. They truly have no areas of expertise. You can Bladesinger with the staff though, right? No. As assassin, you don't need to commit gear slots and elixirs to crit consistently. Was bad jokes? Alright, no, I understood. Yeah, like that's one of the strengths of assassin. You also get built-in initiative against things that you beat in the turn order on the first turn. And if you're only caring about the first turn, there are not many situations in the game where an assassin is incapable of removing at least the biggest threat from the board on that first turn. So, like, the consistency matters. Assassin is popular because it allows you to front-load consistency. In particular, the Stealth Archer crowd really likes it because it allows you to guarantee those crits on that first round. And those players like dipping in and out of combat, resetting combats to continue to get assassin value. Synergizes well there. Also, vanilla feature where action refreshers are a thing anyways. Right. If you know how to open combat with an action refresh, assassin loses that amount of comparative value as well. Like how this guy's Cyclone lines up the floor grid perfectly. That is very satisfying, now that you mention it. Shame he has to die.
Being arrested for a...
Oh, that is 6 turns of Rupture. I like that. Yeah, 6 ticks of Rupture and 2 ticks of Purple Worm Toxin from 1 Booming Blade is, quite vile. I think I like that. I have the worm, so.
Then I shall have to keep them busy praying for mercy from other gods, won't I?
You're mistaken, surely.
I am
Being arrested.
Surprise. Taste. Just gotta wonder how that'll work out. don't know, man. That's really good. That's really fucking good. Wind True Strike. Extended Booming Blade for more ticks of poison. I could have been doing Extended Blade Ward there, and instead of having the amulet on. Like,
I'm exhausted.
why would you ever cast leveled spells on a sorcerer when you could just do this? Extended Worm. Yes, sir. Extending the worm. Maybe I do take that that Hexblade dip for proficiency bonus on worm ticks for free. We worked something out. Been trying to reach you about your character's extended worm. Oh. Let's go Sentinel Shield here. Hey, Jor, thank you for the T1 as well. Again, thank you for everything yesterday. Continued support helps me out quite a bit. I appreciate it. Extended Booming Blade with tongue oil. I could try it. No, never mind. I can't. Extended Booming Blade with Arsonist oil is probably really good, huh? Gotta say, this whole run is extremely cursed. Also the funniest BG3 thing I've seen in a while. Glad to hear.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Did I not buy the reverb boots? I was supposed to. Whoops. If you extended spell Booming Blade with the spell Sparkler, do you get 6 lightning charges? Extending Booming Blade as speed pot if it splash on me? Oh, I could try it. Only 3.
Can't risk being an open view.
Would've been crazy though.
You witnessed a
What path lies before me?
Extended spell haste give you 6 turns. So the haste spell is 10 turns. So extended spell would give you 20.
More for me.
This template's good for future runs too, like the fighter who thinks he's a wizard, the bard who thinks they're a bard, vice versa. Whole anthology series, yeah. I do want to do the paranormal run. Maybe that's Hexblade with ghosts. I like a cleric thinking they're a fighter or a wizard. I like the idea of a warlock that thinks they're a cleric. Probably do this with slicing short sword too. Yeah. It's a paranormal run. So this is abnormal. John Normal's little brother. What if there was one paranormal who just like does ghosts and stuff?
You did.
Of many hearts,
You divine smite to get 2 more ticks of worm.
of many thoughts.
So like reaction divine smite, you're thinking, Uoko? Would that also be extended? That's a good question. That's a good question. Worth testing. Who would the 4th normal be? Does ghosts on my Christian Minecraft podcast? Yeah, like that's a whole genre of video. I mean, I heard. Morning date.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Don't waste a step.
Grandpa normal only cast confusion. Quicken spell True Strike. Take a feat to wear splint armor? Yes. Moderately armored and then heavily armored. Where am I poison?
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Oh, I forgot to do it. That's where my poison at. Oh, stupid. We'll do it on this next one. We throw them to turn off their aura of protection because Paladin's a dogshit class in Baldur's Gate 3.
We witnessed assaulting.
There's the extended worm.
Breathe deep and move. Just out of view.
Bro can't see me? Oh, halflings can't see shit, right?
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Need to find a way forward.
Does extended worm work? Yes. Booming Blade. You could do it with other stuff. In theory, this should also work with Ensnaring Strike, with any smite that has an effect you can extend. So that should be all of the special ones, except maybe Thunderous.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
I never learned the words.
When's right? You did.
All one under the apple.
Here goes nothing.
Don't bloody feel like it all of a sudden.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Welcome back, true soul.
Hoping Raj had some poisons. I mean, some good poisons. So I'll take what she's got.
Come back.
Is that the medal you found somewhere? No, no. I used that up already. I wonder if you get extended True Strike on this. It probably wouldn't actually last for multiple attacks. But just extended Spell Booming Blade opens up some weird shit that I'm enjoying thinking about. Like, what happens with Defender Great Axe? Can you use that and extend that? Because then that implies that you could stack it up again for the next round. And that could be really interesting. I don't have proficiency to test that, though. This Ensnaring Strike should be able to do the same thing. It's not exclusive to Booming Blade, just needs to be simultaneously a weapon attack that has a duration and is a spell. Arcane Archer's arrows work the same. They're not spells. Has to be a spell. Might try the spear trade. Because, like, disadvantage on con saves helps with poisons. Maybe something to that. Pick up person exploit. Forgot you don't like the word exploit. No, that's fine. You don't have to police your language like that. You're good. Can be used nearly on anyone. You can't bring people into your camp. There's some NPCs that will teleport back to their default location. And you do still have to manage the weight threshold. So, like, most humanoids here are 75 kilos, which means 20 strength is enough. But half-orcs here are 100 kilos, which means you need 26 strength. Go to throwing barb builds. Yeah. It's like, throwing is not really a build as much as it is a thing you do on builds. I think there's a core misunderstanding in, like, build crafting spaces about that. There's also this erroneous belief that Berserker is a good class. It isn't. It's quite inefficient. And now that Giant Barb exists, there's actually no reason to do Berserker unless you like the dialogue.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Fierce condition procs and just normal attacks. But makeshift, yeah. I don't remember the saving throw on it. Let's try it out on Hook Horse. Yeah. Charisma save. Let's go Gloves of Power. Oil of Bane sucks, but I have 3 of them. Nah, I'm doing it for poisons. We'll keep doing it for poisons. Still think you should do the true blind default high elf barbarian with no customization respecs. I think I would get bored, Rathanel. That's my issue with that. I don't think it's a bad idea for a run, but I think I personally would get bored because I've gotten through with more restrictive stat blocks already. Like, just by being able to level up, that would be easier than a level 1 run, even with bad stats.
What's that?
And on John Normal, the OG John Normal, chat thought it would be funny if I started with 13 in every stat. And I was also not allowed to use tadpole powers, not allowed to hide, not allowed to jump, not allowed to fly, not allowed to cast spells unless it was from items giving me that. So it's like, it would just be a very watered down version of something like that. With less thematic stuff, so I would just not be having as much fun, I don't think. Tortured. 4 turns. Disadvantage on con saves. And luck still succeeded. Rolled a 14 through disadvantage.
Time to press ahead.
Oh. One sorcerer point left. Need to restock on these. Returns there. Fortunate miss. Unfortunate miss. It's unlucky. There we go. Jump from the hook or can make you prone despite the permanent buff from Minty's shoes. We don't have the buff right now. I don't have the buff right now. I chose not to do it. Let's try some more stuff while we're styling here. Jumping doesn't trigger Rupture. It will trigger Booming Blade. I don't know if I can get him at an angle where... doesn't get to do with just a jump. But extended rupture is cool. I like that a lot. Somewhere list with action refresh, my Discord, pinned in the BG3 channel. Keep equipping the wrong Hunter's Dagger. One of them has Drake Throat on it. This one. The Vision of the Absolute with extended Booming Blade, probably pretty good. Apply that blind.
What the hell is this place?
An illithid oubliette. Right beneath
What is
the
the buff
towers.
reset on long rest only?
Colony must be close.
Long rest or
That must
upon
be where the tadpoles
equipping the
come
boots of
from.
striding and doing things like properly.
Let's have a look. Through from here, though.
Hunter's Dagger with extended. Yeah, I've been doing that. It works.
The stink of that place might never wash out.
Slicing short sword. Yeah, you could. The thing is, if you have slicing short sword and, let's say, Bawal's Benediction, that's already a pretty self-sustaining loop. I'm a little less interested in that one, personally. But it does make sense if you're doing a poisoner build, because the bleed will impose disadvantage there. I'm just going through all the weapons I can think of, the melee weapons I can think of, for what we could do that's cool there. $2,000. Just remembered, I still have to try Mark's idea of waypoint abducting the cloaker somewhere. Not sure if you considered this yet. Want to try extended boom with Staff of the Ram. Of course, DC-8's hard to work with. Yeah, DC-8 is very hard to work with, but that could be cool. I think that's exactly the kind of weapon that I would want to be thinking about here. Nature Snare, as you mentioned, yeah. Still bonking. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just running. Morgue? We could go to the morgue. Even with Tides of Chaos, I didn't get a surge there.
First step's the hardest.
How do I want to handle this run? I can speak. Um Let's try freezing. That could be interesting. Something like this. And I'll try to maintain Blade Ward. Sacred Star. Sacred Star.
That's curious.
Even without using it on undead, that might mean 2 turns of Radiating Orb rather than 1 per instance. Good thought.
Here we go.
Let's get big. I'll risk a surge here. Peg myself, I think. Thank you. Sure. They turned me into a fish. That's a language joke. Fish? Yeah, funniest shit I've ever seen. I got better. Alright, let's see. Extended spell. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I really do need to get that rat bat proficiency. I really need it. What did I miss? So Oil of Freezing applies 2 turns of Encrusted with Frost. I have hit this greater zombie with an Oil of Freezing attack 1 time. Extended spell is really fucking good. Because that's 4 stacks. So that means with a cold-infused Rat Bat and Winter's Clutches, I could be applying 8 stacks of Encrusted with Frost with 1 attack. Hunter, Sorcerer, Rat Bat incoming. I want to stay pure class. I wanna. Take the tiny little Hexblade dip. You know, that would get me proficiency with whatever weapon I want. Problem is my charisma sucks. I'd want to shuffle my stats around. Eric did be talking in Quag's ear like the Green Goblin math. Succeeded the save, but took the damage and died from that. Speedy reply. Does it work the other way around? That's a good question. Pretty good.
Strange. The dust on the leftmost door has been wiped clean. Right tool will do the trick.
Oh, here's another thing with Hexblade Dip. I would just get proficiency with the weapon, right? Or are Hexblades granted martial and not simple? Do you get simple by speccing into Warlock? You don't, do you? Because it's simple that I'm missing. that I didn't get by Spec and Declare. Warlock gets simple. Do they get it by multiclassing, though? Yes? Cool.
Might be useful.
I don't respect acid splash traps the way I respect guiding bolt traps. Speedy reply works. So that's... Is that what, 6 stacks of momentum with 1 hit? Or... Yeah, sure, Rathanel. You can post a link. 4 stacks with 1 hit. Still not bad. How many turns of Encrust with Frost do you get from 1 hit with Coated Rat Bat? 4. Because it's 2 hits. 2 each. So with Extended, it should be 8. With Winter's Clutches, it should be 12. Which is overkill. But I wonder if with this tech, if you could get enough to force 2 checks on the freeze with 1 attack. That is an interesting thought. Power word overkill, yeah. What high elf, high half elf cantrips would you say are good picks for a non-int caster? Blade Ward, Minor Illusion, a Booming Blade would be my big recommendations there.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jaheira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
That's why we're still standing around.
Let's go for Cloaker now. I want to do silly stuff with Cloaker, but there's no reason I can't save that for another run. Corwin's Cauterizer. I like it.
It should just about do. Just about. Shouldn't hang around too long, though.
Would it make wet applied from the puddle from Trident of the Waves? Would it make that last longer?
Just about. Just about. We shouldn't hang
That's an
around
idea.
too long, though.
Justiciar Scimitar? Probably, yeah. Bloodthirst, applying Aura of Murder for longer. Marco Heschker. Yeah, you'd be applying the reverb from the Thunder one, or... I guess you might get double lightning charges. We could test that with Spell Sparkler as well.
He better be.
Probably get double heat.
Not as long as we can put
Double Noxious Fumes doesn't seem terribly useful, but you would get double Encrusted with Frost going that route. Rhapsody, you could get a double duration bleed. 2 levels dip sorcerer for marshals just become a very valid choice. Yeah, I think sorcerer is now like with this, it's legitimately competing with Eldritch Knight for like high-end poisoner, especially wild magic if you were gonna go a lot of levels for some reason. But I do think 2 levels makes the most sense. That still leaves you enough freedom to pick up extra attack from your source of choice. You could still pick up Hexblade's Curse. Like, testing Niloko's question about Divine Smite off of an extended Booming Blade, also applying an extended poison, that might make a real solid case for Sorkadin Poisoner. So, like, amusingly, a class that people value very highly, a multi-class people value very highly, actually being good just for different reasons than they think. And that's funny to me. Some of the riders you can add on Rabat, oils, Drake Throat, Haldus Gloves, other equipment. What am I missing? I mean, same things you can apply to other weapons. Are you asking what interacts favorably with the second instance there, Sal? Or... Yes. Crater Flesh Gloves, Spell Might Gloves, Potent Robe, Elemental Augmentation if you're doing one of the flavored smites. Or not Elemental Augmentation, excuse me, Power Evocation. Form the Slaughter. Gaping Wounds. Yeah, check the damage sheet, it's all there. Potent Robe? Yeah, if you Booming Blade with Potent Robe on, both instances of Rat Bat will get the bonus, because you did damage with a cantrip. Are druids restricted to non-metallic armor and shields? No. I think players would find the class a lot less fun if that was a hard rule. I think that's a fun idea for a restriction, though. I believe Crypto a while ago was doing a vegan run, where all gear and everything his character was allowed to use had to be like vegan. So nothing that came from animals at all. Tabletop restriction? Yeah, I'm aware. Want to do this fight? Not really, I'll do it anyway though. Weirdly, you can't heighten the saving throw smites either, which surprised me. Thought maybe I could do it with Wrathful Smite. I was gonna try a heighten spell. Poisons like you suggested can't heighten Booming Blade. Okay. So no heighten spell on that. Thank you for testing. don't have a good angle. I thought this would have been funny. Never tried that before, so I wasn't sure if it worked or not. Oh well. Nice job not taking the booming blade damage. I needed to be farther away. The sparky points? I do. I'm just not proficient, so I can't booming blade with it right now. Bend luck.
Have to keep going.
This is very fun. .4. He who was? I guess, yeah. Get more sorcery points. I'll want enough so I can bend luck for the dialogue. And I'll also want enough for the actual fight. Okay, multi-class idea. Wild Magic Sorcerer, 6 levels. Swords Bard, 6 levels. Slashing Flourish ranged. You could, for one attack, extended spell Booming Blade, then for the other attack, Slashing Flourish ranged, hit that person 2 more times. You're only spending 1 sorcery point and 1 bardic die every turn that way. And how you could still bonus action Booming Blade again. The gross part is that's a level 12 build. And those are a little less interesting to think about because of how little of the game you have that going for, you know? I guess there's still some stuff near where the Shambling Mound was. I can finish those up too. While we're in the neighborhood. We want to try Extended Spell Boom Blade on a Bleed Barbarian, double duration maimed. Yeah. That should work. I did a spellcasting barbarian run quite a while ago, where I was mostly using Aspect of the Tiger to get more accuracy on, like, inflict wounds. And such things. I thought that was pretty fun. Expanded lore to include Ab's growing interest in music is further powering his fighting ability.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Have to keep going.
Because, like, Aspect of the Tiger applies independently if the target is bleeding and poisoned. So you could be adding double your strength mod to all attack rolls against the target, even if you attacked with, say, your wisdom or something. So, amusingly, a Tavern Brawler unarmed strike or throw with Aspect of the Tiger is 4 times your strength mod on your attack roll. Hi, Kevin. Be nice if Amulet Ball worked, yeah. That would be very nice. Oh yeah, I used up the last of my speed pots. They actually, like, have good positioning. Gross.
Best be on my way.
Don't chew me. No, that wasn't a chew, that was just a bite. But things are sharp, man. Cat is very cat.
Well, so much for peace.
Oh. Why did that do so much? Just rolled good. Okay.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
We're gonna run out of fights here in the Shadow Curse lands. We still have the Marcus fight, a Strange Ox, Portal Defense, Big Justiciar fight, Balthazar, and like half of Moonrise. Yeah, let's go to He Who Was now. I feel like Hera was in here. The extra carry weight that humans get doesn't stack with the extra carry weight from Colossus Elixir.
Seems simple enough.
Nor does the extra carry weight that giant barbarians get. It's unfortunate. probably enough.
Where?
Waiting.
Buy those. He once had a disintegrate, and I only lived because it was a high enough level spell that I was able to backlash it, and he died.
I am at the murdered lie side. They died because through it I can will you take it? I go.
What's up for discussion?
Creation's Echo, 4 turns of resistance, elemental damage. The unfortunate thing about Creation's Echo is the resistance it gives goes into your elixir slot, so it overrides whatever elixir you have active.
Yeah. Well, and you will be the judge. Make her bear careful witness.
The Dark Justice. Oh, she never said stop. I'd do anything to take it back.
Yeah, stab yourself.
Anything.
No, barely enough.
I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
keep going.
I'm...
What, you said to punish her? Acts like he's gonna die, bro. You took 12 damage. Huh. Why am I on Booming Blade lockout? It's weird.
You have been judged and found wanting.
Look at all the concentration saves, holy. How am I still on Booming Blade lockout? Game's a little confused. Alright. That was, strange. So this is why I'm afraid of He Who Was, by the way. A lot of people don't know that this is his basic attack. I gotta take my vitamins. How you doing, Sloth? Hey, Tamir. Yeah, he has fear as well. Yeah, just don't let He Who Was crit you with a spear. believe this is a stupid thing I'm gonna do. This is why it's important that you, on your own time, look up Baldur's Gate 3 Rule 34.
Very well. At least they're peaceful. Perhaps Amelia is right. I should get a flask. I need a quick word.
BG3 is the Rule 34 BG3.
Lingering now I've got the noble stock.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. Give me the worm, Dareth. I'll also buy the taunt. That's a treat. Don't need to buy any arse right now.
Have I got everything then?
How you doing today, Carter?
That's a friendly-looking shadow. Time to press ahead. A dragon? Gods preserve me. Think you can take me on? Breathe deep and move. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. At the ready.
Regarding the priestess got tricked, do you leave the questline unresolved? Yeah. I leave that unresolved until I'm ready to go to the Act 2 finale, at which point you can then do it for the XP.
Try me.
Well, thanks. You're welcome.
It's been a long...
Go for Bullet.
This calls for careful foot.
Related, you asshole. Of course you are.
Very well.
Hey Mark. Hey Tony Har. Hey Blair.
Clementine! Clementine!
Figure it out!
Noisy today, aren't we?
You can't escape me! I'll
chase you to the ends of the earth!
Clementine!
Let's hope no one make a mess. Why are you going for me?
Get back here, Shocker!
No.
Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
But I can escape you, right?
On my way.
Of course, you shook off the paralysis immediately.
These bits have seen everything. Another step forward.
Wasn't sure what it would do that turn. Guess I could be putting Arrow's Illuminator on it to reduce or to temporarily block the healing, but meh. We're on a journey.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Hello. Come hang out here. Let's show your ass up. Where are you? I'm so sorry. I'm not though. Fuck you. Let's not today, I guess. Elemental Torment, Extended Blade, Arson Soil on last turn, but enemy wet. What's Elemental Torment doing there? Oh, now you're here. Let gape. Good. 193. Applying burning for 4 turns. Applying burning isn't difficult, and getting more duration out of burning doesn't really mean much because of that. More duration isn't more damage in that particular case, because it's not the kind of thing you have to re-up every turn. Turn the camera so we can see the gape. Oh, sorry.
Broken bones must have fallen.
Mark, you want that angle where you can see nothing but like the gapes, you know. Can't see any of the good bits, just the gapes. They said black. Elemental Torment does not get spell buff, so extended spell likely wouldn't work. Need water. Dying. Oh no, I have nothing. I'll live, maybe. Mark loves that one specific camera angle, and those specific types of videos where it's nothing but orbs. Destroying the turrets in here to hopefully get the level. Each one's 40. There's 2 turrets in here. Still need to do something else. Kill some druids. That'll get me there. Got a stinking cloud idea for Isabel. Go on. The armor's up top? No, I don't usually bother with that because I often accidentally get the exploration spot too early. So I save them for later. Not proficient with any decent bludgeoning weapons, like, the best I could do is this, I guess. Just crit and prove me wrong immediately. Cool. Yeah, there we go. Should have done that the whole time. Abnormal actually had proficiency in his weapon and armor. Does he just think he does? For a bit, I did the approach where he just thought he did, Cranberry. But currently, humans get proficiency with polearm weapons, just innately. But he has medium armor proficiency because I took... Or he has heavy armor proficiency, excuse me, because I took the feats moderately armored and heavily armored. Both of my feats are for gear proficiencies at the moment.
Time to press ahead. Just another few. May the gods take you first. On my way. Don't mind if I do. Feel about edging, Kaga? It's the two-turn worm. Two-turn worm. I can't speak, Buddha. Sure. Nice. So, I want trident proficiency. And all sorts of other proficiencies. It's that spirit of the run, though. I do pick up simple. Let's see what classes I get simple by going into. I get it here. Don't get it here. Get it there, but I can't do that one. I get it there. Get it there, but that sucks. Get it there. Don't get it there. I get that too. No, Spirit of the Run. Not gonna do hex stuff. That's the part that sucks here. I want these spells, but we're memeing. Shield's just dodging real good. I already have shield. The thing. But yeah, I haven't used it yet, but I have it. Alright, I need pitches from you guys here. I want to pick up simple weapon proficiency this level. X-Blade also free up moderately armored if I want to use it for something else. Yeah, it would. I'll probably do that after a respec. Whoever designed 90% of the hats in this game, I don't want to talk. I have grievances. Like your bard idea. I don't get the proficiency that I'm after, though. Surprised not a cleric level. I don't get the proficiency that I want. I mean, unless... No. Yeah, it doesn't give me the proficiency I want. I'm just trying to justify this to myself. Abnormal should take a monk level. He's a fighter. Fighter and a brawler. In my last D&D game, the party had a very untraditional paladin who was basically just a gross alcoholic old man. We unflavored every divine paladin thing he did. Smites were just hitting really hard. Divine sense just sniffing the air and smelling danger. Compelled duels just shouted really loud at a bad guy. It's funny. We're doing this just for now. We're gonna do one fight and then respec. Like the idea he doesn't know he's Eldritch Blasting, he's just yelling pain at someone until they die. Is this the famous Sorlock build? Yeah, it's the famous Sorlock build. You call me.
Out of sight, out of mind. What path lies before me?
No, stop. Our queen.
Facing that. Moving ahead. Just out of view.
What? And as for you, tell me, why shouldn't I run you through this instant? No, you would help us find it, and I will leave your blood beneath your skin.
Fine. If I pop Universal Res, I bring free action.
Light on my feet.
Good boss roll. 13. Aw, if he had rolled one worse. It's okay. I haven't actually seen if shield can cause wild magic surges. Let's find out. I don't see anything in the log. I'll start using it more and see if that happens. Sold my soul to bonk good. They are ready to party. So am I. How many lightning charges did I get there? I had 2, right? That doesn't seem to do that. There's the lightning burst. Boring blade, ignoring ready to party is just insane. Oh, Mark, the thing we've been messing around with a lot today is extended spell boring blade it'll work on anything else that you're doing with that attack. So see how I have a 2-turn purple worm toxin going? We're messing with all sorts of shit with that. It all converges to Rabat in the end. It's true. A wild magic surge on that. So, shield doesn't trigger wild magic? Alright, this class is disgusting. I'm just a shield and weapon attack merchant. That was 4 turns. So it does work. No, it does work. So yeah, I got 4 lightning charges. Planning to wrap that? Yes. Four turns of res left. More scared of them. Hey, go out music. Hope you're well. It's just one guy now. It's time for the sauce. I don't have enough tongue. Dareth didn't give me enough tongue, damn it. She could never give me enough tongue. Gotta hit vendors.
Unusual runes are etched on the slate, forming an array of arcs and symbols. You learn.
That was a dirty one. Could burn in camp? No. I didn't set up potion craft for this run.
I need a moment for the two of us.
Great. Great.
It is. Ignorance breeds madness.
All right. What now?
I'll consider it if I am in need
Wait.
of relief. Until then,
I said no to her.
enjoy
Why
watching you squirm
do I still
from
have this dialogue
anticipation
option?
of it. Are you sure?
I specifically broke it off with her like forever ago. Oh.
At least they're peaceful.
What could they accomplish? I won't have a word.
She's still thinking about those abs, I guess. I am wearing her
Welcome
clothes.
back. Have you let me? Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking. Very. Have you spoken with Skris lately?
Follow here.
We've had some rest. Maybe we can still go back for the others.
It's past time we were back in the city.
Sad if I leave the hair on top of my head unshaven, I look like Ab. What a flex, though. Apocalypse is like, everyone can agree this man is attractive. So, flex. Good for you.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Is this a bait message? Yeah, I don't give a fuck about it, specifically because people like you exist. Do some introspection. You're incredibly fucking strange as a human. Yeah, please go to therapy. So, every once in a while, those of you who are newer here, found the channel the last couple years, you might frequently see someone come in and ask me what I think about Borderlands 4 and am I gonna play it? And the answer is no, specifically because that's the fandom. It's those people. Not doing it at all? No. Considering playing it off stream, and then Randy opened his fucking mouth. So between that and the fandom being the fandom, I have zero interest. Like toddlers, but more sinister. That's a good descriptor. Chat, I cannot describe to you how intensely angry 1 minute of interacting with a Borderlands fan makes me. I don't get mad on stream often. But, suffice to say, I'm fucking seething. You're missing some context, Sassiopath. I hate the fandom. Brighter note, did I eat? No. On a completely different note, I've been torturing Ketheric for the past 20 minutes, just staying out of reach and draining all of his attributes. Even throw HP pots at him so I can drain him more. Nice. Did Dareth have enough oil freezing there? I wasn't paying attention. She did. So we're gonna do one fight in the mountain pass, I think. Proof of concept. But I do want to go back and buy short rest potion from Lantarv, as my level up would have refreshed that supply. Yeah, apologies for my silence, everyone. I'll be fine in a few minutes. Question, what makes the Rat Bat a thing for shenanigans I'm unfamiliar? So the Rat Bat has a second instance of damage. It's a hidden feature, it's not listed, but it has a second instance of damage. So it can trigger a lot of on-hit effects twice. And it has a lot of favorable skill and coding interactions. Break, water stretch, dissociate briefly off camera. I should get water, but I'll wait a bit. Saw another video that said Bone Chill is a fantastic cantrip. Curious what you like so much about it. Probably missing something about its value. Yeah, Bone Chill doesn't have a projectile, so you can aim it at certain angles where other ranged attack roll cantrips might struggle. Necrotic isn't as resisted as people like to believe it is. So it's quite neutral throughout much of the game. It's got the added benefit of shutting down healing. It's got the added benefit of forcing undead to make their attack rolls with disadvantage. And on a Death Cleric, just level 1 Death Cleric, you're able to send it at 2 targets already. It's very good. That also make Booming Blade damage proc twice? No. On a brighter note, imagine living such a sad existence, something being inclusive ruins that thing for you. Grateful this community is the polar opposite. Agreed. Agreed.
Brothers, sister, pray with me while we wait.
Ever at your service. And all.
Hey, loading screen. Good to see you.
To stand this close.
answer.
And we're gonna get up sorcery points here for extended spell, booming blade, and quicken spell.
We are each of us threads in her design.
Maybe the occasional bend luck. We'll see. I don't know if you already knew this. Another extended boom blade attack is you get 2 turns of Bloodlust Elixir. I did not know that. I did not know that. That's a very big deal. Yeah, extended spell stuff is something that you've delved into far more than I have.
Need to find a way forward.
And it seems like that's a sphere I should have been in sooner. This isn't exclusive to Booming Blade, I should mention. Like, any other spell that counts as a weapon attack roll that is allowed to be extended should be able to do this. So the stylized smites, and snaring strike. Just Booming Blade's a cantrip, and it's very widely accessible, and it only costs action, not additionally bonus action. But that's very cool info. Sorkadin secretly good? Yeah, secretly. Like, but unironically secretly. Saw that one on BG3 build subreddit, actually. Uncommon BG3 builds W. Hey, when they're right, they're right. It's not often. But I'm happy to admit that sometimes there's useful stuff on there. Ages ago, there was a post there about how good Oil of Combustion plus Volley was, and it had some naysayers, but the post itself was quite good. How do you naysay that? Because, again, for a large portion of the player base, if you are playing anything other than Gloomstalker, you're wrong on Ranger. Like, remember, Ranger bad was the take at launch, and then they changed absolutely nothing about the class, and then Ranger became the most popular introductory solo monarch class. Nothing changed, just the takes did.
Everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
That was the one-hit freeze. That's what I wanted to see. Ice to see you. Cool party. Just 8 stacks right away. So cool. Alright, this happened. So, Oil of Freezing applies 2 stacks of Encrusted with Frost when you hit with the weapon. Extended Spell causes any condition that would be applied because of the attack to have its duration doubled up. Ratbat is 2 hits in 1. So instead of getting 2, we have 4, and the 4 gets doubled to 8. Mark, thank you for the 13 months in the Prime. I appreciate it, buddy. You equip the gloves and hat to see how high we can get at some point? Yeah. Down to do that. It was up to 12 for a second there. Or it was like, oh, I'm not supposed to have all these. I need to get reverb boots on here too. You freeze? Couldn't tell. Star meal out of 7-Eleven scraps. All good theory crafting's collaborative. Jor is the one who brought up the value of extended spell booming blade yesterday, and the gears have been turning. Anything in the crush require ring of free action? There's one in Therazin's office that has hold person, there's one at the front door that has hold person, there's one in the infirmary that has hold person. So yeah, Adrix is right. But there's also one in Therazin's office. Jira has it too, right. So there you go. Four enemies. There's the freeze. That Thunderbolm. Real terribly. They have Gish in their name. Yeah, all the caped Gish have it. Including the one in Act 1. Is it not beneficial to go over 10 stacks since you don't get the bone benefit? Like going over max stacks gets 1d4 cold, you don't take advantage of bludgeoning Thunderbolm. It depends. You're mostly right. I would say overdoing it is less than ideal. But that extra instance is able to trigger Call the Weak and it gets damage riders and stuff, so if I was doing Callous Glow or something, then you know, it's damage. Went through sorcery points real fast in that thing. But yeah, see combat log here, wrap that, bludgeoning, piercing.
Traps, please.
Are Are they getting 8 stacks rather than it causing save and clearing out just because it's all in one attack? I'm not quite sure of the logic. It's not necessarily that they have to land exactly on 7, but the game is sometimes slow in checking. I don't know why. Because we got the immediate freeze with the first one, where we were delivering exactly 8. But I'm assuming the game has to tell the creature to check to actually make the saving throw. Ratbat multiplies fits. That's the thing I've been saying about Ratbat. Ratbat just has a hidden thing where it has an extra hit. That's it. That's how it works. I wonder if there's any way to force the game to check. Yeah, I'm unsure. Maybe applying an aura to them or something. I don't know. Shoving works. Don't really have the action economy for that. Let's go there. Giving myself enough sorcery points to steal from Esther. All riders supposed to get out of the piercing damage while on Ratbat? No, not all. It is a DRS, and not everything applies on DRS. So, to give an example, Craterous Wounds is a very well-known DRS. Treat Ratbat like Craterous Wounds, in terms of what goes onto the piercing instance. And yeah, Trade's damage sheet has that covered too. The damage sheet, follow Trade. Gonna call it with a command over in his chat. I intentionally don't have a command for it here, just to kind of drive traffic over there.
Shouldn't have wished for more interesting times. No one's stopping me. Let's get going.
You know, look over. I have. You'll be well compensated,
Can't
of
pay me.
course. Just bring me an egg.
I think I have enough bonuses. Yeah, I think so.
I trust that.
is the only character who didn't get the 99 in the Elder Brain on a non-nat 20. I don't know how high you can get your bonuses in party play, but I doubt you can get higher than like maybe the 70s without doing this. I know a lot less about party play optimization for things like that, so I don't do party play. Shovelcast Ben Luck for the 99. I like it. So we got Baneful Striking, we could do some cool stuff with that. Winter's Clutches for when I got bonus cold onto the Rat Bat. That's if I want to keep going Rat Bat stuff. Maybe I respec. I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. I'll be back.
I'm back with a snack. That's a funny unbanned request.
Swift as
I feel like I need to clarify my position on certain things. If you're a bigot, I think you should kill yourself. I think you should inflict grievous harm on yourself and end your own existence. It would make me happy. Please do it.
Maybe. That was tough. This can't have been used in a while.
Did you look at it, Trade? I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if Moderator View has that. Did you really? Yeah. No, they always know, Atrix. They always pretend they don't know. They always know. Anyway, hope you're well. Should I paste it in chat? Here, just so you guys can see it. So trust me when I say, they always know. They always know that they're assholes. It is an act they're putting on a show. Don't give them the benefit of the doubt, ever.
Within the artifact, a feeling stirs. Uncertainty.
Your curiosity is getting the better of you. Do not let it. Stay away from the Githyanki. They're hunting you. They want the artifact. They'll stop at nothing to take it from you.
Enjoy your shit, Dave.
These days, everything gets slipped. Sorcerers or fighters, even. That's the woke agenda. These days, everything gets flipped. The women are shitting and the men are sitting and pissing anyway. Have a nice day. I mean... Listen. When you get up in the middle of the night, after you've had a few to drink, you're not quite awake, you're still a little bit tipsy, and it's dark. I don't trust my aim. You shouldn't trust yours. I'm taking a seat.
Long day. I'll need to rest soon. Time to press ahead.
Automod didn't love that, Carter, but I did. Chatters, any of you ever reverse cowgirl your toilet? As Carter said, you got a nice little table to use. Is there another way? Apparently.
No hesitation.
Hate to leave this conversation, sadly. I have to take my car in for service. Might be on later. Good luck sending your booms. Thanks for hanging out, Jor. Appreciate you. Can I keep them? There won't be another warning. What is this game? I love it so much. Hey, Christina.
Yep, 4 turns of radiating orb off of this. After shower, nobody make any funny piss jokes while I'm gone. Alright, nobody piss in the shower. I mean, nobody joke about piss while Danny's in the shower. Good night, Atrix. Good luck with your exam. What if I did even more radiating orb? Like, what if I did Callous Glow, Luminous Glows? I gotta go loot the Luminous Glows. I'm still making decisions on my spec here. I'm really not attached to this Warlock level. It's necessary for Rat Bat stuff. For now. But kinda wanna be playing pure sorcerer. I did make an error by not crafting medium armor rather than heavy armor. That would have made this easier. Sparker points work? Yeah. Yeah. Bit wonky, but yeah. Here you go, see it again. I left working on my phone most of this. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. So, Sparky Point says it gives 2. I did Extended Spell, Booming Blade, got 4.
Should work the same with Spell Sparkler. Getting an immediate lightning burst.
So, does that mean if you did Speedy Light Feet Expeditious Retreat, you bonus action dash, and then you extended spell Booming Blade every turn?
Is that just a lightning burst every attack? That's just a lightning burst every attack, isn't it? Thunderous does work here. I guess that extends the duration of the prone. But yeah, no, that confirms Thunderous for that. Send a spell rupture. I've been doing it. Yeah, you get 6 ticks. It's so nice. Only procs if you have 5 or more, I think. Well, in that fight just now, I did an opportunity attack while I had 4, and I got a lightning burst. So. T1 exploration spot here. Science time? Yeah, probably wise to science then. Luminous armor probably goes crazy here. Callous Glow, Luminous Armor, Extended Booming Blade. Gonna go grab that after we get the waypoint here. Yeah, that seems like that goes absolutely fucking nuts. Oh, the other orb ring? I'm using it. Coruscation ring? That works. I'm using it right now. You need a source of radiant damage for luminous armor, so it doesn't necessarily have to be Callous Glow.
Journey's over, Istik.
You could do like Staver of Skulls. Play a class that has radiant damage. Mental Lock. No. Died. It's a Radiating Orb, 2 turns of Booming Blade, 6 turns of Rupture. Ring of Arcane Synergy here. Elemental Infusion in the Infirmary. If you fight those two like that, Jira doesn't go to her spot on her own. But this was supposed to be a funny run. The amount of text been discovered in the stream alone is mind-blowing. Yeah, this has been a pretty informative mechanics run.
I'd heard this plane was fine.
But there's a lot of stuff I want to mess around with and reassess. Do love Defender Flail. No reason not to buy it.
On your way, then.
This kind of thing is a Storm Sorcerer using extended Shock and Grasp. Well, the thing with Shock and Grasp is it's not a weapon attack, so it's not applying anything that comes from that. But you could definitely still do some pretty crazy stuff with it. Like, I think the Luminous Armor Callous Glow angle works well there. Yeah, Andy. Hope you're having a good day.
The search must be going badly.
Could do some Bend Luck Zathis real quick. Do I have a short rest potion still? Yeah, I have one more. Ask something stupid again. Explain theory crafting. Sure. So generally when people are talking about theory crafting, they're talking about the process of like, alright, I want to sit down and analyze this thing, figure out how it works. And figure out what I can do with that. Has different uses in different contexts, but generally speaking, people who build craft, people who do challenge runs,
Nearby.
will be big
You
into
should
that.
take a closer look.
And yeah, that's a good question. Absolutely not a stupid one.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Bro, you just woke up from a nap.
He's so relatable. Stands up from a nap, immediately complains about being tired. That was actually me last night. I fell asleep at like 8 p.m. or something. Woke up feeling like shit, completely disoriented. Do not recommend. Didn't want to step on any toes. I know Quag and Chat are kind people. Other streamers' chats have been to be a bit know-it-all and condescending. I'm sorry that you have had bad experiences in that department. Pretty important to me that people don't feel that way here. I don't know, I just kind of hate gaming culture. All the fucking weirdos that come with it. So please consider this a space insulated from the fucking weirdos. Ask away. Yeah, Sylvanas. Especially there. So this is saving throws rather than ability checks. So I'm going to do actual prep. Make sure I have the correct items on. I don't have anything super special.
You feel your parasite, your body grows, your skull groans and bends under the pressure. Agony. Through the device, you feel yourself ebbing away, while the parasite only grows stronger. It's evolving.
No more.
Beg your patron to aid the tadpole in its battle. But now we're going with keep going, complete the extraction. Wait, does this work? Not gonna try that this time.
Finally, the device makes
It does say you gain advantage. Yeah, I'm kind of worried that it would just like make it worse by lowering my stats, because your stats get changed when you transform.
Abandoned as you drift along the room.
Incredible. Your parasite is even stronger now. A parasite brimming with magic. Take it.
Yeah, I'll have to try that. Some interrupts the game tells you can use don't actually work. Like, you can't use friends on Voss, for example. The game will tell you you can, you can't. So I'm not sure what category that goes in. Voss is already the bro. I do like Voss.
It's pretty cool.
So Githyanki sleep in beds too. How conventional.
The crit. And luck. Take the toxin land. I always chuckle when I hear that. What? From yeah, Voss and Kaga. My multi-class Eldritch Knight and Warlock are my spellcast based off charisma. You might take Eldritch Knight second. Depends on what spell book your spells came from. So like your Eldritch Blast will always be charisma, because that's where you got it from. You got it from Warlock. Unless you took Spell Sniper on an Eldritch Knight level and skipped it on Warlock, in which case then it would be Intelligence. But yeah, anything you learn from your Warlock level ups will remain Charisma. Anything you learn from your Eldritch Knight level ups will remain Intelligence. And your gear and your scrolls will go off of whatever the most recently applied between the two was. So if you started Fighter, went Warlock, then took Eldritch Knight, it would be... I'm actually not sure which it would be. If you took Eldritch Knight and then took Warlock, it would be Charisma. I'm actually not sure what would happen if you yo-yoed like that, because Fighter and Rogue have this interesting exception to that rule, where they will only change your casting stat if they are either, you know, the only class you have, or if you take their Wizard subclass, so Arcane Trickster and Eldritch Knight. Swashbuckler doesn't change your casting stat. Arcane Archer doesn't change your casting stat. But there are other non-casters that do change your casting stat. Barbarian changes you to Charisma. Monk changes you to Wisdom. Even though they're not casters. So, interesting exceptions. The fact that shield doesn't trigger wild magic surges is crazy. It feels like cheating. Hot take, but having a mod that removes additional level damage you get from Booming Blade make this okay and not OP? I don't agree. Booming Blade just being a, hey, this weapon attack is now a spell, already makes it completely broken. Like, the fact that you can just do it for less action economy commitment than similar effects that cost leveled spell slots, action bonus action, concentration, and niche class picks. Like, Booming Blade's broken. Even if it added no damage at all, Booming Blade would be broken. Booming Blade this? I mean, that sounds like it'd be messy, but we can try. It's everything Smite wants to be. Yeah.
That's what was in there?
Remember I was building Sonic, Gith, Eldritch Knight. Now, what do you think about dual wielding Shadow Blades with Resonant Zone? Would Eldritch Knight or any other class, multi-class, the two of them be overall better? Shadow Blades available from level 3 with hirelings. Technically could start wrecking the game right in the grove.
And this is gonna sound completely contrary to a lot of things that I say, but of the fighters, if you are using Shadowblade, Battlemaster has the most solid offerings. I know that sounds crazy, but if you're doing specifically Resonance Stone stuff or attacking with vulnerability, your superiority die matching your weapon type and then going on that means it's part of the damage that gets doubled up at the end. So, like, Battlemaster with Shadowblade, actually decent. And at that point in the game, you do have Resonance Zone for Vuln, and it also allows you to do things like Force Disadvantage on Menacing Attack. So, like, clicking, obviously everyone else can be doing Menacing Attack with Shadowblade. But resource dumping a bunch of superiority die into your Shadowblade attacks per turn is not a horrible direction to go. Now, Eldritch Knight is still overall a much stronger subclass in, like, every area, but in terms of pure damage, you could make a solid argument for Battlemaster over it, specifically in the context of Shadowblade. Other use cases, other cases for classes. Champion, you get an additional fighting style, so you could take, like, 2-weapon fighting style and still have something else. Maybe if you want your offhand damage higher, that works out. Eldritch Knight is still much better for overall versatility. Thinking. The elephant in the room of Booming Blade, and then stuff you could put with Booming Blade to further boost your attacks outside of needing to do something like spend superiority die. So, like, Eldritch Knight could do something like Potent Robe, Booming Blade, Spellmight Gloves with Shadowblade, and then walk out of that with more damage than a Battlemaster did. But that's limited to one of their attacks. So it's an option. Name your least favorite sounds of PG3. Mine is that fake baby crying sound, the SFX in the Gort fight. A Gort fight for me, for sure. Also Iron Throne. So those two. Yeah, I think it's just those two for me. Can't think of anything else I hate as much. Bank alarms? Ooh, the bank alarms. True. I forgot those.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep. Another step forward.
It got deleted. I think they're okay.
I'm sure you would. Likely before they have a chance to say anything useful.
Took a little bit of damage there, you okay? She's not okay.
Need to find a way forward.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 rupture ticks. I need more.
Be more concerned than excited.
Let's go Cal's Glow.
Better be cautious. Can't slow down.
Slots. May as well. Isn't it kind of waste an Eldritch Knight because dual wielding spends your bonus action for offhand attack? Eldritch Knight already spends it for main attack. With War Magic? Not always. And like, spending it on War Magic would require that you use Booming Blade. And then it requires you committing your bonus action to that. You get flexibility by being able to use your bonus action attack if you want. And then that's also without accounting for things like, what if you did Helmet of Grit to have 2 bonus actions? Which is something you could certainly do. A lot of people like doing that with dual builds. And remember, EK, you have Stricken with Eldritch Inertia at level 10, which is just always going to be good. Imposing disadvantage on everything by hitting someone with a weapon. But I will stand by my recommendation of if you're maximizing Shadow Blade for a fighter, I do think that's a Battle Master thing. Please elaborate again why it's so good. So your superiority die on if you do any of your maneuvers there. It's like menacing attack, trip attack, whatever. It's extra damage. It's that D10 at high levels, D8. It's an extra D8 of damage. It matches the damage type of the weapon that you use. So if you do it with a Shadow Blade, it's psychic damage, meaning that that's an extra die of damage that gets to benefit from vulnerability when you apply that. So like, let's say your attack did 20 damage, and your superiority die rolled 8, so 28, and then you're at 56. But since it's a dice roll as well, it gets increased when you crit, it gets doubled up. So if you were to hit a crit with a Battle Master maneuver with the Shadow Blade, Battle Master could be responsible for adding 32 damage. If it's a D8, I don't remember if it's D8 or D10 right now. I don't play the class often, but you'd be getting a lot of extra value. And with Savage Attacker, yeah. The problem is, as with all Battle Master setups, your resource sustain is terrible. if you were to spend a superiority die on all of your attacks, you're not able to make it through one round of buffing all your attacks. If you start using precision attack to buff your accuracy on those attacks as well, you're not even making it through your second action. So keep in mind with Battlemaster that your resource sustain is horrible. You're gonna have to be resting like all the time. So that's the downside. And then as soon as you go to do bow stuff, once again, outside of the potential accuracy from precision attack and outside of ranged disarming strike, Battlemaster is worse for archery than Eldritch Knight. Battlemaster provides no support for throwing, whereas Champion and Eldritch Knight both have support for that. So you can see why I'm kind of recommending it for this, because you're very specific in Shadowblade, and it's good for that. Now, I normally do a big fuck you AoE spell here. It's not really great here.
This is only a taste of the mercy a gate would show you. Stop! Perhaps a tadpole has already addled your brain. Is that it?
My brain is fine.
April! Stop this insufferable whining. Your disobedience brings shame on Kresh Yelek.
One day I'll catch a break.
Reason why I do the opener that way is killing Youth Varl before they can gets me his XP. Because depending on how you handle this, they will just kill Varl themselves. And saving Varl through dialogue is a bunch of rolls. Expeditious Retreat. I don't have Speedy Light Feet on. Test it somewhere else. What do I have that on? So it's not a high roll. reaction for shield. Yeah. If I hadn't shielded that trip attack, there's a world in which I could have died that turn. I don't have that much HP. Lure behind shield, so he just clenches butt cheeks hard and pray. Yeah. The reason I didn't use opportunity attacks there, so I could keep my reaction available for shield. In case the game prompted me. Tried yelling pain at the door until it broke. Rolled min damage.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Ask you to do all your 2 stacks on? Yeah, I'll find a fight suitable. Thank you.
Breathe deep and move.
I guess I could do that in here. Not with that, though. No surge. Shock there didn't get pulled into that. Yeah, you need to be careful about what AoEs and stuff you use. Oil of Combustion is small enough that it doesn't spill over here. As long as you don't trigger a room-wide crime response or do anything that spills over far enough to hit anyone who's in this room outside of the cutscene, then you're good. Guess I triggered a crime response on you. But not on her, so we're good. Ran out of purple worm. This is a tragedy. Why are you vanishing? Nothing. That's on 2. So, 2 lightning charges. No, you're not. You're good, Nemesis. I appreciate you. Like, that's good Twitch etiquette and stuff, but you're not promoing. You're friend of the channel, fellow challenge runner, and we're talking mechanics, and someone was asking you about a mechanic in terms of how it relates to what you're up to. You're good. I appreciate you erring on the side of caution, but it's okay. Alright. 2 stacks. Extended spell booming blade. It should lightning burst? It did. Why was it lightning bursting before? See, this is how it works in terms of how it reads. But against the Githyanki outside the front door, that's not how it worked. No. Damage. Okay, 2 charges. I want to see what it looks like on Ree. that's 4. Now we're on 3. It's like the game knows I'm trying to test something. Didn't do it that time either. Yeah, I don't know why I was doing it before. Gotta figure out some immediate lightning burst tech.
What's inside?
Silver could create sword, one of my favorite two-handed weapons. We could go grab Skin Burster. Yeah, this far into 9 already. Sword of Vlaka that will turn this car around. You will turn around in her name. Happy Pride. No, but my M&M Blizzard. I could go for an Oreo Blizzard. Oh, that sounds good. So if I gave up heavily armored, I would have to do moderately armored on strength to maintain my 20. I could potent robe with mage armor. Still have good AC. I don't like that idea. I had to decide whether I was allowing that message or not. You know, the dam is down already, right? Oh, just no, you're good. You're good. Nothing to apologize about. Don't y'all eat nachos while reverse cowgirling a fat dookie. No. No. No.
To the
Gustil tampered with it. Now
I haven't long rested in a while. I believe I'm still waiting on the romance scenes for... Technically, I'm still romancing Karlak and Astarion right now. Raphael's due to show up, but then we're also due to have the Karlak thing. I think the Raphael one's higher priority. So, I hope the game doesn't just decide that I'm romancing Astarion only.
another dead end. If the tadpole doesn't kill us, I don't and for the first time in a decade, there are people I... What are you thinking about?
Oh yeah, I want those two to take me to Paris. I didn't understand that at first. Now I do. Hell yeah. It's my fault you're this way? Really? Yeah, you know, I'll take responsibility. That's my bad.
I don't.
I do.
I don't know which way to sit on a toilet anymore. Maybe the real toilet was the friends we made along the way. There's only one way left after all this. Oh no. Sounds so final. Oh yeah, I was supposed to go get luminous armor. I forgot.
Brothers,
Elaborate or don't? No, nope.
pray with me.
Nope. I'm gonna go with don't.
How may I serve?
Slaughter.
What?
What's up for discussion?
Stand this close to her power.
ever at your service. And all.
I could do DJ Half-Plate over Potent Rope. Do love me some DJ Half-Plate.
just wish... I wish it was different. I don't...
Approval for being nice to Arabella. So I think I long rest now. Then we'll respec in the morning.
Do you know what happened? We did. Indeed, we did. I discovered. Of the.
Do you think it's so simple? And I need you.
Man is listening.
I can still taste that vile drow in my throat.
So this is my off ramp. If I want to ensure. This is my off ramp, but like, it's a real shitty off ramp. Hope you're alright.
Throwing your body at someone becomes second nature.
Shouldn't have pushed you.
I'm so used to my body being used as a tool to get what someone else wants.
Sorry, I don't want you to do anything you don't want to do.
So I've seduced. It should have. And you pushed me.
Yeah, sorry.
We shouldn't be involved with each other anymore.
I agree. Good job standing up for yourself, Astarion. Proud of you, King. I need a big lady.
We're going to keep Astarion
Yeah, we are. Karlaka, I require big lady. Be good for him, though? Yeah. He did great. He did great. But I require big lady.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How
First, I require short rest potions. Like out of haste stuff, too. Roa. And I should be checking Garage for the worm. No, we'll buy the worm from Dareth. Get way better prices there. Alternatively, crime.
And on.
I require big lady.
I'm not worthy. I never learned the words.
Who wants to talk to me? Oh, it's Gale. I guess I'll talk to Gale. Gale also getting in the way of big lady. You may pass the river, but first you must surrender, big lady.
I'm here on simply
I put all those things in a bag and steal it at some point. It's mostly so that I can purchase things without having to do vendor refreshes. Sometimes I steal it. I may in this run, but usually it's just for my convenience of purchasing.
I love this time of... That most beautiful of fantasies. I will... This may... I thought this place might bring me peace. I thought it might make the wait. There is no point in running from the inevitable. Your words are those...
Alright, I didn't have enough approval to get in romance. Well, actually, it's because I didn't hit on him in Act 1. But... Wasn't going for it anyway.
I was hoping to speak to you. You may well have...
Anytime, yeah.
Careful. I may just take you up on that.
Yeah, that convo is actually what made me come around on Gale. Just the very earnest, like, hey, it might not have meant much to you, but I really appreciate you doing that for me. Like, oh, yeah, sure, man. Like, I didn't realize I'm your support system. You deserve better. I must away. Later did.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve? Slaughter.
Ever at your service. And all.
Hey, give me big lady. Thank you.
Hey, soldier. I thought I might come visit you later.
It's been like 4 days since she got her heart fixed.
Me too. See you later. I can't wait.
Yeah, Carlac said she wants to come over and watch the entire series of Parks and Rec. I burned it onto a CD so we can watch it on old timey 240p. And yeah, she seemed really into that and nothing else. So I'm not missing any hints, am I?
I think the others are asleep. Hi.
She also really enjoys Arrested Development. Yeah, she also thought all my jokes are funny. And you know, that clearly must be because I'm funny.
Since I met you, all I wanted was to be close to you.
You know, I would enjoy that.
We're sure I won't hurt you, right? May I test that theory?
Big lady.
I want to touch you as deeply as you can be.
Oh,
I want
like,
you to be mine.
like the Muppet way.
Say it loud. I'm yours, Karlak.
Yeah, you first.
I'm yours. Completely. I'd like to take you to bed now.
Yeah, sure.
Gods be damned. It's a good day to be alive.
Now do the minus 100 approval. I'm sorry, I think you've confused me with Trade. Trade doing the R's whole run. Okay, yeah, you guys know what happened. They played checkers all night.
Oh, God, sorry. I was in my own.
Your line to Will of that romance had to be the favorite. Caught me off guard. Yeah, that was crazy. I was so unprepared. That was the most out-of-pocket dialogue option that I can think of right now. Like, that was crazy. Irresponsible levels of horny. Unregulated horny.
I loved it too. More than I've ever loved anything.
Skipping the best part of the run. I'm trying to keep the YouTube gods happy.
This morning.
Oh yeah, by the way, sub to the VODs channel if you haven't.
Every moment with you is beyond belief. You still like me, right?
Much more than like you.
I'm much more than like you too. And nothing bad is going to happen now.
I think you know better than that.
I do. But sometimes I don't mind being lied to. But you're not the gilding type. Straightforward, true as the day is long. I adore you, you know. love you too.
You gotta say that. You gotta.
Oh my god, I've been dying to say that. Oh my god, if I smile any bigger, my face is going to crack. Oh, I'm pathetic. Besotted. And it's all your fault. I guess we better get the day on. So much to do, so much to see. Together. Hey!
She's great. You know, there's people out there who've like said on the internet, where everyone can see this, that all the BG3 companions have the same arc. Like, whatever you're smoking. Jake. The body. Cat. You guys want to Jake? If they have overlapping themes, that's really it. Yeah, obviously there's the fact that there's some connective tissue of many of them have the through line of a person in a position of power over them inflicted some lifelong trauma on them. But that's a different statement from saying they have the exact same story, like beat for beat. It's a good boy. Anyway, alright, I want to respec now.
Dost thou require a new
Save first.
ally?
Okay, so I want to, again, I want to be pure class here for the memes. So let's see how I can achieve that. I have Ethel's on dexterity. Something like this. Withers caught you off guard. What's that? Did Withers have a necklace? $12 doesn't feel great, but I think I can justify that here. Those raps be straining.
do you hail from? I was a farrier in Disarin Valley. Then the dreams
Oh no, he's poop walking.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Wind extended. Yeah, let's continue to take yumps. Gonna use every level up here to grab more short rest potions.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Or at least to back them up.
Slaughter
A lot of consumables I still need. Quicken spell. Still think knock is just funny. Got the trident from Floric? Yes. Alright, first feat. Moderately armored. Gonna boost strength. Okay, so the stats should be correct now? Yeah, 20, 16, 12, 8, 8, 14. Only 12 con on a sorcerer is, especially now that I'm going to be switching to a setup that doesn't have DR much of the time. Any of the time. Unless I use DJ Halfplate, which I should. Yeah, as much as I want a potent rope, I think it's irresponsible. And I think DJ Halfplate is my real, actual armor I use. At least until Act 3. Spell charges by throwing? No. No weapons work for throwing unless they tell you they do. With the exception of, certain stat sticks. So, like, Monster Slayer Glaive, Char Spear of Evening, Bow of the Banshee, those bonuses will apply to throws. But, like, weapons will not do their effects when you throw them, unless they specifically tell you they do. So, like, Lightning Jabber tells you, hey, I do this when you throw me. Nyrolna tells you, I do this when you throw me. Dwarven Thrower tells you, I do this when you throw me. Those are specific exceptions to that. Because they've been given a property to do that.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Thank you, you're welcome. Level 6, we get Bend Luck back again. False Life isn't really a funny choice here, but it seems intelligent to take it, so doing that.
How may I serve?
We're not too far off of level 10.
The Absolute's war drums beat
I get another
loud
meta
in your
magic
chest.
pick at 10, right?
How may I serve?
That'll be nice. Alright, second feat. Now, I set up my stats in a way where I am not set up for heavily armored. I'm technically not set up for any other ASI feat at the moment either. Do I go tough? That helps solve my con problem. Like, I want proficiencies. Let's look at Weapon Master. I would have to respec again to get my stats correct here, but let's just think about this. I could pick up Great Club. Trident. Great Sword. Longbow? That'd be pretty okay. Having short sword would be nice. Maybe short sword. Maybe we'll try that in a future iteration. I do think I like tough here. Is there a case for dual wielder? Offhand defender flail. Gives me a DR option. Actually, I do think there's a pretty good case for dual wielder. Maybe that'll be at higher levels. It's like, is this a Spear of Evening run? Not really much extended spell sauce there. I was still going for Polearm Master. Spear of Evening DRS? No. Nope. Alert is, of course, fantastic, as always. I'm gonna try doing without here. Martial Adept would be a great shitpost. Let's take tough to see how it looks.
Brothers, sister.
58. It'll get better once I apply the other level. We're doing heightened, so Heb can pretend he's an Eldritch Knight. Jordan did some testing, and heightened didn't seem to be applicable on the attack roll things, but we'll have to see. Okay, what do we do for this spell, chat? Do we think Insect Plague, and we think that Ab just thinks bugs are, like, really hate him? Or really like him? Or what's funnier? Hold monster and he holds it with his hand. He thinks he's that strong or he's just holding them in place. pretty good. He's just giving a hug. Sure. Cloudkill, he thinks his farts are toxic. Amazing. First time chatter. Welcome in. Absolutely matching the energy. Legendary first message, yeah. So Shield of Faith takes me to 22, Mage Armor takes me to 25. I am stapled to Adamantine Shield for a while, though. Luminous Armor. I wanted Luminous Armor. Do Luminous Armor Callous Glow stuff. Alright, let's start the setup. Let's do this first. Any search. I guess maybe I don't want to be here. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe that only works in combat. That Paladin's bad right there. Smite that hard? They had never nerfed Smite. Paladin's always been bad. In BG3. Now, bad here is a relative term. When I say bad, I mean everything you set out to do on a paladin can be done better by other classes. Even with just 2 levels doing Swords Bard, yes, because you made your bard worse by, instead of taking bard levels, you took levels in a weaker class.
Anything you want to say? And
Here's a concept people forget about when build crafting. Opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is you took this, and that's mutually exclusive with that. So you took this, but you don't have that. So did you get stronger by not having that? The answer's often no. Because sure, you pick up Divine Smite. Divine Smite is resource hungry. It is melee only. And it doesn't do as much as people think it does in terms of overall level of impact on your damage. Because if we're talking about taking a 2-level dip to increase your overall damage dealt, well, you can make a solid argument that Spores Druid is a better dip. You can make a solid argument that Stars Druid is a better dip. You can make a solid argument that Fighter for Action Surge and a fighting style is a better dip. You can make a solid argument that Sorcerer for meta magic, which can also be infinite spell slots, is a better dip. You could make an argument that Monk for massively more movement speed and also unarmed damage scaling is a better dip. Make an argument that Barbarian for advantage on melee attacks whenever you want it and advantage on dex saves all the time is a better dip. Whether or not Paladin provides anything of value for you depends on what you're doing. And a lot of what people have convinced themselves is Paladin being good is them having success while being on a Paladin. And there's a distinction there. There's a little bit of a difference. Because you can beat this game with any class, with any combination of class, at any level, solo honor. I have done 2 different level 1 runs on solo honor. Different classes. But what always matters more is your strategy. Correlation, not causation. Yes, mainly. What matters is your strategy and your approach. And think of it this way. The end goal of most builds is the same thing. So what matters is how effectively it gets you there, and how much you like what you're doing to get there. Here are things Paladin as a class does not have. It has no initiative bonuses. It has one movement speed bonus locked on what is debatably the weakest of the subclasses as a level 7 feature that you only get for very short amounts of time, very conditionally. It has no range damage support. It has no action economy access. It has extremely limited access to AoE. It has restrictive dialogue options. It is more fragile than half of the other melee marshals, and more fragile than some of the other non-marshals. For example, there's this idea that Paladin's tanky. It isn't. It's squishier than Barbarian. It's squishier than Monk. It's squishier than Rogue. It's squishier than Abjuration Wizard. It's no tankier than a fighter. And in fact, you can make a solid argument that a fighter is tankier because a fighter has better saving throw proficiencies. Fighters have strength and con, which is much better than Paladin's, what? Int and charisma? Wisdom and charisma? Ugh. So we're gonna do a Hunter's Dagger here. Mainly just like using Swords Bard, also want something strong to branch into without only using bows. You can do that as Swords Bard. Afternoon, fellow Ballas, say Dr. Peener. Welcome in. Hope you're well. Try all the stuff I can. Yeah, that's genuinely the best thing you can do. Try everything you even think might be mildly interesting. Experimentation. And what matters most is finding what you feel comfortable on, what you think is cool. Because, as I said before, you can make all of it work. And a lot of it is just different ways of arriving at the same goal, right? So if you can find something you really vibe with, then that'll be the best choice for you. Even if it's something that you have heard me say is less than optimal, that doesn't matter, as long as you like it. Try to figure out a second weapon to Drake Throat here. No way I do Dagger +2, right? That'd be crazy. I think I actually just do Hunter's Dagger for now. Less than optimal doesn't mean less fun, depends on the player. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Was it good for you? It was good for me. One more question. You know the ring that makes so you can cast Hold Person as bonus action, anything else like that in class-specific things do stuff similar? Sorcerers can just cast spells on their bonus action at level 2. This feature, Quicken Spell. So, again, if you like a 2-level dip to mix up your Bard, you could consider Sorcerer for that. I might be a little biased, though. I think it's the most fun min-maxing. The flavor of min-maxing that I like mornings is I like assigning myself, like, a thing to optimize, or a particular thematic set of restrictions, right? Yeah, a challenge, but I like taking one thing and then optimizing within that box, instead of, like, okay, this is the biggest number you can see in the game. That doesn't interest me as much as, okay, I want to take this thing and see how far I can run with it. That makes sense? Give me a search. No? Boring. So I'm going to be turning the vast majority of my spell slots here. Well, currently all of them. I'm going to be turning my spell slots into sorcery points. Mostly for use on Quicken Spell and Extended Spell. Extended Spell Booming Blade is incredible over the other things it can extend, such as my poisons, such as my weapon effects. And Quicken allows me to attack on my bonus action while still doing Sword and Board. Hey, Say, how are you? Say, new toy. It's a lot of fun. Extended spell on Booming Blade to double up the duration of conditions that you apply with that attack. It's like extended spell, Booming Blade with Sparky points. That's 4 lightning charges, 1 attack. Extended spell, Hunter's Dagger, 6 turns of Rupture. Extended spell with Coruscation Ring, 4 turns of Radiating Orb. After I'm done setting up my sorcery points here, I'm gonna go get Luminous Armor, and we're gonna go do Luminous Armor Callous Glow with Extended Spell Booming Blade. It's gonna be great. Yeah, it's no longer Boring Blade for this run. I beat the game with Salami as a weapon yet? No, because it doesn't interest me. I beat the game without looting items. I beat the game as a level 1 monk. I beat the game as a level 1 warlock. I beat the game with 1 HP total. Is Boom Blade Sorcerer spell? Sorcerer is one of the classes that can get it, yeah. Wonder if it's possible to go through the whole game without being seen outside of forced cutscenes. Pretty sure people have done that as a challenge. Squishy Lope. Sounds familiar. The tutorial area would be... Not sure if that's possible. Yeah, there you go. Book of Many Things, saw it on YouTube. Feel free to link that, if you'd like to. Yeah, Boosh did it? There you go. I've played many other CRPGs, any I'm looking forward to playing. So, my CRPG experience kind of starts and ends with Baldur's Gate. I played the OG Baldur's Gate games, 1 and 2. And those were very formative for me. Really enjoyed those. So this is just a continuation of that. It has improved my interest in the genre as a whole, though. I've just have yet to really branch out because BG3 has been my fixation since it came out. probably enough for now. Let's do this. Made to Moonrise and Duo. Let's go. A lot easier than I remember full party being. You got better. Make sure to give yourself the credit. You learned more. This is why I dislike the framing of, like, you'll see some people saying that BG3 is easy. Because they'll look at something a challenge runner is doing, and they'll be like, oh, well, look how easily they cruise through the game. And it's like, yeah, after how many runs, after spending how many hours around other people also pushing the game in their own ways, after how many total hours, after how many years of the game being out, you know, there's a difference between learning and just time passing. Titan's Bow Boom Blade plus weapon with a fixed DC effect. Also maybe reverb other stuff. I gotta go get the reverb boots too. 4K hours playing game, 8K hours watching other play the game, 12K hours thinking about the game. Yeah. Alright. That should be enough sorcery points for now. Let's go get necrotic resistance. It's very easy to take the things you know how to do well for granted. Well put. Running solo definitely makes you consider and use scrolls and elixirs more. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I'd say that just with solo, you can just get away with less. Something that people will commonly do is say, well, this matters less in party, and I don't like that framing because it's not quite that. It's not as much as it's not as much that as like in party there's more people, so you get punished less for bad choices. It's not that you get rewarded less for good choices, it's that you get punished less for bad ones. If anything, remembering to use potions and elixirs in full party, well, you get 4 times the value. Because there's 4 people who are all getting the buffs, you know? The gap gets even bigger between min-max party and min-max solo. Thoughts on Glamour Barb? I think it's underrated, Zvifer. I think it's underrated. I think it is very specific in where its value comes from, and I do think in terms of overall level of power, it is the weakest of the Bard subclasses, but I do not think that means it is overall a weak class, because baseline Bard still gets a lot, and Glamour is able to do some very interesting debilitation and party support. Problem is, if you're solo, harder to get value there, fewer people to target with your stuff, and also the less you long rest, the less value you get out of Mantle. If you're willing to long rest after like every fight, Mantle of Majesty is like really good as soon as you have some spell save DC. But the same is true of a lot of things. So you do have to kind of make some allowances. I don't think Glamour Bard is bad. I don't think it's a centralizing, you know, this is very strong, you can just kind of do this and succeed kind of class, but I don't think it's bad. Like, bad is Bladesinger. Good is Eldritch Knight. Glamour Bard's somewhere in the middle. Yeah, I'll Tides of Chaos here. Get to see a lot of 1K plus hours players in a PvP tournament. The amount of mistakes people make to their excuse under big pressure is surprising. Talking Hunter's Mark after attack stuff. Yeah, tunnel vision. Happens to all of us. Lunite Outpost. Let's go grab Luminous Armor. Then I gotta figure out somewhere to try this. I could get Luminous Gloves too, that seems like overkill. Like I can stack AC increasing gear instead of having to divvy up the loot. Yeah, there's an instinct to divvy up AC so that no one is particularly behind, but if no one has good AC, then you wasted the gear in terms of how it interacts with this game. Like, it's genuinely better to give all of the AC stuff to one person and then have everyone else doing other things. Luminous Armor and Coruscations plus 8 radiating when extended. Let's see how much you get from Luminous. I don't remember the number on that. Bear with me. Of course that doesn't do enough. Coffin. Owie. It's been a minute since I've used this armor. Radiant Shockwave. Radiating orb in a 3-meter radius. Doesn't say how many. I'll have to test that. Let's get Shield of Faith. Counterspell and Sentinel are 2 things I forgot about all the time. Wearing the in hat for half a dozen fights. You've only done that in like 3 different playthroughs that I know of. Hasn't been that often.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
I don't have 4 blink scrolls. That seems unethical. Carry around that much shit in your inventory, like that much literal feces, cannot be good for the environment. Fumes, you know.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
Oh yeah, a lot of the ballists in the bank have Sentinel, say.
Let's move. Can't slow down.
What's something I could fight that isn't a Grimishka? I don't really want to fight Wargaz yet. Spectator? Luminous Armor is not applicable there, not really. Let's do self-same. A huge tangle knot in my hair, it sucks. Oh, I'm sorry. And keep using Glut until the Shadowfell? Yeah, as long as you don't complete the quest. If I do complete that quest, it's like the last thing I do before going to the Shadowfell. Might as well use Holy Lance Helm too. I could. Certainly could. I don't want to go this way. For the initiative. Maybe vigilance on top of that even.
Another bowl.
Supposed to get the reverb boots, I forgot. Oh, I... Hmm.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Should mind my step.
That's it. These are very nothing burger outside of combat. Just came back. Welcome back. We're gonna try luminous armor. Looks like only 2. Looks like that one's not doubling up. He ate good, so he grew.
How much farther can I go?
What? Sir, are you okay? Oh no, he's broke. You see this running towards you, what do you do? Okay, he got it out. Sure the coruscation works? Yeah, I tested coruscation. Coruscation works. Did I not pick up DJ Halfplate? I swore I did. Like, I have the spear. How would I have not picked up the armor? I didn't sell it, did I? Who would I have even sold it to? I wish there was a search feature for, like, inventories outside your own. Maybe I didn't pick it up. Go check. Gauntlet of Shar, worst place than you to take a shit. I don't think I agree. I think it's one of the better places to take a shit because it's really quiet. Nobody's gonna see you. And like there's an abyss, so you could just like kick it over the edge, you know? No one will know. Shar won't even care. The rats will see. They're not seeing much of anything these days. I just didn't pick it up. Okay. What's wrong with me? Hey, Anna. How you doing? You don't think Lurthendor has something to say? Lurthendor is not capable of saying much these days. We should try Luminous Gloves too. Reminder to go get Reaver Boots. Thank you. Luminous Gloves first, then Reaver Boots. Shard will make you shard if you do that. Uh-huh. Everyone thinks that we call Shadowheart Shart because it's short for her name, or because she's got a shitter the width of a dumpster. But no, it's actually because of this. We debuffing the hell out of enemies with this one.
With a flick of the wrist.
I talked about fighting the cloaker earlier. I didn't end up doing that, did I? Wild sorcerer thinks he's a fighter, wants to be a cleric. Something like that. You have the urge to surge? No. Woke sorcerer. Hey.
Better be cautious. Light on my feet.
Go psychic res. We could go fight Wargaz after this, I guess. Search? No search.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
I do drain strength on Aura with the hammer again. Trying it, she keeps changing. You need to use the maneuver it gives you. Unshackling strike. What's the most disruptive surge I've gotten? I had to wait 12 seconds to not be a sheep anymore. When I used Drake Throatglaive at the start of this long rest. That's it. That was 8 radiating orbs. So 4 and 4. 12-second inconvenience, literally unplayable. Hey, 12-second inconvenience was my nickname in high school. Using Unshackling Strike, still Morse right away. You have something that's applying something else to her in that instance. Do you have Hexblade's Curse on the weapon? Do you have any sort of coatings on it? Do you have, like, reverb boots or something? Do you have something else? Not even know there's some hammer tech for Orin. Yeah, Unshackling Strike is like Contagion. It's only hostile if it misses. So you can ability drain with it. sucked to have mobile feet that one time. Yeah, I messed up and did it with Hex Weapon on the Orphic Hammer. So it rolled the chance to apply Hexblade's Curse, and then she started dialogue. Stacks purple worm. I don't need to do anything else. What did you roll in that bite? Ah, yes, a 6 for a total of 4. Between Radiating Orb and Reeling. We are quite good at AC tanking, as long as we're landing our hits here.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Reaver Boots. Thank you for the reminder earlier, Nemesis. Maybe I also get Cold Brim Hat. Hey, Gentle Cats. Those are some Radiating Orbs. Holy, what's your gear? I'll show you in a moment. After we're out of the loading screen. Experimenting with different effects that we can extend with extended spell meta magic on Booming Blade. That's sort of become the focus of the stream over the last 3 hours or so. But I have Coruscation Ring, so that's this ring also lies to you. It's just when you do damage with a spell, like direct damage with a spell, they get 2 Radiating Orbs. It doesn't have a condition of you or them being illuminated. It doesn't actually care about that at all. You do spell damage, they get Radiating Orbs. So that's 2. And then I have Luminous Gloves, which are enabled by Callous Glow Ring at the moment, so that's another 2. But if I do Extended Spell, and I click Booming Blade, anything that I apply with that hit has its duration doubled, including Radiating Orbs. So instead of getting 4, I get 8. Earlier, we tried it out with Oil of Freezing, and it works on that. Oil of Freezing from a Rat Bat, Booming Blade, extended meta magic, is 8 stacks of Encrusted with Frost in 1 hit. That's very funny. Speaking of mobile, I was disappointed to find you can't extend sluggardly from mobile. That's surprising. I guess maybe an order of operations thing there. Oil of Combustion. I don't know if it would stay, because like the way Booming Blade itself works is you can extend it, but what that translates to is you have 2 turns for them to trigger the damage. But as soon as the damage triggers once, it still ends. I think Oil of Combustion works like that.
Welcome back. Have you made... I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking. Very...
I want to have a word.
I greet you, son child.
Okay, now Reaver Boots.
Perhaps Ammonium is right.
I want Cold Brim Hat, but like not that bad. Loves of Belligerent Skies could be okay. Let's go beat up a war, guys. Combust Spoil today, in fact. Let's go. Good to hear that Dr. Peener is using the bussy. Can we do Frozen for more than 1 turn? I saw Frozen with a duration of 2 today, so... One condition I'd love Tessa. Wait, we might not have the item. What is it?
Out of mind. Let's get in and out. On my way.
Yunogu's Blessing, to lesser extent Yunogu's Gift. That could be funny. Yeah, I don't have the item. I think I sold it to Derek.
Crush Yillik with me to the death.
Saved. Unfortunate. The Rupture. Use legendary resistance up on the purple worm. He's only got one left, I think.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
I wish my accuracy was a little bit higher. Alright. Why is my booming blade locked out? That happened last... Where did that happen? That happened while I was fighting He Who Was. I think that's a turn-based mode thing. Weird. Just keep applying conditions anyway. Yeah, I'm just locked out for the turn. Holy Land's Helm would be doing good work to set up. Less than me having the initiative from this.
Impressive. Your life is over. Salafakith.
I'm in a terrible position now, but that was still very funny. Sure. A riddle for you all. I've had a character that had 31 HP, 8 temp HP, 1 to 29 HP, and 8 temp HP. Never lost 8 temp HP in any plausible scenarios you can think of. In combat, no equipment stat changes. What was your constitution? I think. Jorah's onto something there. Vivacious Cloak. Did you Booming Blade a Necromite with Armor of Agathis? By any chance? Do not lose temp HP ever. Funny. I do need to deal with these Ardents. Kill 2 creatures that Hexblade Curse on them, 1 level Warlock, 7 Charisma. Heal for -1 twice, literally displayed, plus -1. Oh. So, Hexblade's Curse hurts you if your Charisma's negative? That's so funny, actually. I love that. That's honestly maybe even useful. Some things were given a floor for what they can provide in terms of benefit in this game. For example, Titan String Bow and Potent Robe. They will always give you at least +1. Even if you have negative Strength modifier, negative Charisma modifier, each of those things will give you +1. The Monk Shoes, the Kushigo ones, you get from the Gith Monk at the end of Act 2. Those don't have a floor. So if your Wisdom's negative, your unarmed damage goes down. It seems that Hexblade's Curse Healing also does not have a floor on it. And that's just hilarious. Good K-pop group name. You're not wrong. That was great. Stood up, took the booming blade damage, took the rupture damage, died from the poison. All use cases I can think of are keeping Horns of the Berserker or Helmet of Grit active while you have temp HP. I like the The Helmet of Grit application. I like the Horns application too. Because an issue that I was running into with, that Gage was running into this too. Gage was doing Swashbuckler, this is in our duo that we did. He's doing Swashbuckler with a Hexblade dip. With Helmet of Grit for the extra bonus action. And his Hexblade's Curse healing would sometimes heal him out of Helmet of Grit range. So if cratering your Charisma can deal with that, then that might be an interesting way of resolving that problem. Question is, does negative healing count as healing for Whispering Promise? That is a good question. Does anyone else hear a Vine Boom whenever Blacketh has that reaction shot to the wave?
You bear that which is ours. But are you friend, or are you thief?
Friend.
An unexpected self. Your extent there they are as long. You must accept. Use beware.
What's hiding here? No traps, please.
Gloves of Belligerent Skies here. Try those out too. Reverb is a dex save, right? Con save? Con save. It says dex here. You're probably right. Another slicing short sword. Angle. Still don't know that proficiency though.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
You don't know of any con ability drain options yet? No, I don't know of any attack rolls you can force to scale off of your con.
Is this it? Seems a little underwhelming.
Ah, nearly had it.
Okay, I just succeeded the check. It's fine. Just trust some spellcasting ability. Wisdom. Is there a save to get stacks in the first place? I don't believe so, but there's lots of stuff in the game that says it has a save that it doesn't. It's just because it, I don't know, assigns something. Strength. Sure. I believe you, but like... Huh.
Seems simple enough. I'm exhausted. Somewhere to camp soon.
Okay, off the level.
Don't waste a step.
Five turns of reverb. Implying that I did 6 and then the turn ticked. So that doesn't math. Or maybe I did one of them doubled and then one of them didn't. That's how that would math. We try Hunter Stagger? Yeah, I've been using that the whole time. It works. I'm using it right now.
On my way. Well, in it. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Is Act 1 dagger with 64 extra damage good? Secretly. Don't tell anyone though.
Pavril! Your future ends now!
These boots have seen everything.
Happy accident. Or if your booms extend for more than 4 hours, contact your doctor. Good advice. Just one more boom, I swear. I'm good for it.
Maybe I should. No, this is good.
Keep going.
I just bend luck on. I don't know what I just bent luck on. But, sure. Move up Mokta and the entire Virtute. Be some sort of degenerate. I assume nature snare should work. Yes, that was mentioned. Majora was using that one. Let's see. 6 turns of Rupture. Only 2 reverb. So it's the boots that don't double up. It's the gloves that do, and the boots don't. Because he's not illuminated, so Callous Glow didn't trigger, so the gloves didn't happen. So he's got 2. And earlier, it was 6, immediately ticking down by 1. Let's verify that. Unequip the boots. Drop this. Send it spell. 4. Doomhammer? Yeah, you could Doomhammer. Doomhammer would be really cool. Yeah, 2 turns of Bloodlust. I'm gonna have to do that. Let's go here. Should I be using magic on the Grimishka? No. No. I'm gonna. But I shouldn't. The real sauce for this would be High Elf, Hunter, Sorcerer. You pick a Booming Blade that way. Well, I suppose you still pick up Booming Blade from Sorcerer if you want it. It just frees up your other cantrips, I suppose. You can still pick up Blade Ward, Minor Illusion, Booming Blade. Trying to think if any race gets something interesting we can do on attack rolls. Drow have some extra gear interactions with some weapons, but you can always disguise for those. Forgot every caster pretty much gets booming. Yeah. Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard. It's clerics and bards that don't. I like Zariel Tiefling for that, because you can do extended on Searing and Branding Smite. And that would give you, at least with Branding, access to do it on a ranged attack. Could be interesting. Because, like, Giant Breaker, Branding Smite, extended spell, that's probably really funny. Or I guess you could do Jolt Shooter. Would that apply Gauntermail's buff for 20 turns instead of 10? No. No. I assume Skin Burster also works. I haven't tested yet. Does work with Ensnaring Strike ranged? Should, yeah.
Mishkas? Better be careful with any magic. Spells set them off.
Spell set them off? How would you know that? You're not a spellcaster.
Magic around these things is more trouble than it's worth.
Doesn't make them unstable for 2. Did give me 4 turns of cold infusion. Guess that's interesting for retaliation builds. Keep that going a lot longer. I see 1 turn here. That's because I got the kill, right? So let's do this. You want to make sure this does enough.
I need a little extra edge.
Yeah, 2 turns of Bloodlust. That's fucking filthy. That's so good. Honor stocks rising. This stream has become that will it blend meme, but will it extend? What's funny is, for a long time, I know at least myself and Say, and of course some other people here, have been real big fans of extended spell meta magic. Just, we've been mostly using it defensively. Mostly. Like, there's some offensive things, like extended spell create water for 6 turns of wet. Really cool. But mostly it's defensive things, like extended blade ward. Extended haste. You know, it's straightforward. But getting extended spell Elixir of Bloodlust is, that's pretty good. I'm very excited. Creation's Echo might be interesting. Nemesis brought that up earlier. Creation's Echo, the way it applies its resistance, it goes in your Elixir slot. Again, unless they fix that. I may be out of date on that, but it overwrites your Elixir, and that makes me go, ugh. Kind of underrated all the time, so I usually always pick Gwen and Quicken. Well, a lot of people overrate Quicken, Carter. Quicken is actually quite shit, unless you're doing Booming Blade. Because otherwise, the resource cost is very intense to keep up with.
Might be useful.
And it implies that you don't have anything else you could be doing on your bonus action, which you do. You always do. Every character does. You see a lot of Hex downplay, a lot of Expeditious Retreat downplay, Click Heals downplay, Tadpole Powers on bonus action downplay. It's fine for Nova builds with many rests. even then, you still have other stuff you could do on your bonus action. Like, there's a popular Sorelock Eldritch Blaster setup, and, like, that's not a good decision. Because you already have a lot of things you could be doing on your bonus action, especially as a Warlock. Okay, we're taking the spot early. Not really, actually. Start working on Moonrise stuff. Hexblade's Curse, yeah. You have Hex, you have Hexblade's Curse. You could be dual wielding and put your packed weapon in your offhand and hit with your bonus action. That's a pretty good way of utilizing it in an Eldritch Blasting build, because that's another way for you to apply Hexblade's Curse on bonus action.
Very well.
You could be doing Expeditious Retreat with Speedy Light Feet and maintaining your lightning charges with your bonus action. I tried breaking haste with it, say, and it still only applied for 3 turns. I did try that one. I think I did that yesterday. Try breaking Speed Potion? Yeah, that's what I did.
Can't risk being in open view.
You witnessed assaulting some.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse.
You okay?
You should take a look.
With haste.
Speedy Reply is not very interesting. Tadpole Elixir for 6-turn advantage. Tadpole Elixir triggers off you doing a Tadpole power. I don't know of a Tadpole power that is a weapon attack roll. I'll try Skin Burster real quick. Four stacks. It works. Oh, did Paralyze and Critical work? Wasn't even thinking. 2 turns. I saw 2 turns on her. What are Great Weapon Master effects? Is the status the duration? Ooh, that's an interesting idea. That's a very interesting idea. I'm pessimistic because of how Charger ended up, or not Charger, excuse me, Mobile ended up working out. But that is a very interesting idea.
You are neither.
I passed.
These boots have seen everything. All right, time to skulk about.
It's weird to me that Bloodlust works, mobile doesn't. Grove Masters were testing these. Yeah.
Can't keep me out.
I'm thinking about ranged weapons again. It's a lot harder to do on ranged because there's no ranged tackle cantrip. You're looking at the smites. So, branding, banishing.
Sounds like she loved him very much.
Can you do blinding as ranged? I don't really care if you can. So, like, branding is the realistic one. So that's Hexblade or Paladin 5. Ensnaring Strike, yeah, Ensnaring Strike is a good option. Rangers can get that at level 2. So you're looking at Ensnaring Strike and the ranged smites. Definitely like Ensnaring Strike more there. Less level commitment. So something like 5 Ranger, 2 Sorcerer, 3 Thief would be... You could do 2 ranged Ensnaring Strikes unbuffed. If you went Grit and you landed an extended kill for Bloodlust, then you could do 3 per turn. Still leaves a couple of levels to play around with. I like it. Warlock's Friend from Critical. Ooh, Mortal Reminder? Do you think that works? It's worth testing.
I don't need any attention right now. Just on a few. I need a little extra edge. Let's get this over with. Another step forward.
Oh, the Banshee seems like it should work. 4 turns Frightened. That'd be pretty good.
You've made a grave mistake.
I gotta test Gauntlet Mail, the Act 3 Legendary Bow. Because if you can get the buff for that to stick around for more than 10 turns... Like, the reason why it doesn't encroach on Titan String level damage is because of the duration limit. Limited uptime. That could, like, actually make that weapon worth prioritizing getting in runs, instead of it just being a fun thing.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Sending Baneful Striking seems good. Go for that. Do you think if we somehow got a knockback going with the hit, like doing Thunderous Smite for double duration bracing band? That'd be kind of interesting. I don't want to try that. Need more sorcery points though. Do we need Tempest Cleric for that? No. I have Cacophony. Thunderous Smite has a 3-meter knockback. So I can do it on that. No dice. That's a shame. Probably gives 2 turns of prone. Yeah, the problem with that kind of prone is if they have the movement, they can just get up. Ow. Yeah, don't fire us right now. How dare you make Fireball look like it does damage? Spread misinformation in my stream. Yeah, maybe maybe the Pain Maiden's Blessing from Ritual Dagger lasts 2 turns. Put that on. Try that next, maybe.
Breathe deep and move.
Switch to Radiant Rose here. Sure. You gonna like come up or yeah.
What now?
Alright, you're poisoned. You're correct. Switch that. There we go. Better. Bro, your damn BG3 champion, the hours you put in this. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I do it because I enjoy it. So extended spell. Let's watch for Bane Maiden's Blessing. 2 turns. I like it. Probably worth making a list, huh? Of extended spell applications like this. Please title it Will It Extend? Speaking of Bow of the Banshee, does the damage from that apply 2 times with Ratbat? The damage from Bow of the Banshee only applies for itself. It only applies for actual ranged attacks. The accuracy applies for everything else, if I'm remembering correctly. It's only a stat stick accuracy-wise. Incorrect? Then, yeah. Feel free to correct me. I'm happy to be wrong. While we're talking about that, let me see if there's other weapons I want to use here. We tried Jagged Spear. That worked. Ritual Dagger worked. Hunter's Dagger worked. I'm pretty confident Slicing Short Sword will work. Skin Burster worked. So, Ritual Axe is lying. It says there's a chance, but this is guaranteed, as far as I'm aware. So I suppose that would be another interesting application. But there's lots of weapons that try to apply Bane. I'm not really in a rush to test all those out. Back to old reliable. So 2 turns of Blade Ward. Bonus applies to accuracy and damage for weapon throw on arm while it's equipped. It's accuracy only for spell attacks. Thank you for the back check trade. Extended spell does not work with 4 elements monk abilities, right? Right, because they're not spells, like, at all. There's enough happening over there that I don't like. Like, a double Guardian of Faith placement on me would be annoying. I have Radiant Res, so I'm not actually super scared of it, but still do that. Didn't mean to send this stuff to Shadowheart, but cool. Should be okay. Spain Maiden stack with Bless, just a source of Bless, it's just a source of Bless. They have the same stack ID. try these. Four stacks, as expected. That's without the oil. So, with Winter's Clutches and the oil, you can insta-freeze with any weapon, it seems. You wouldn't even need the oil with Marco. Because if you do Marco cold, that's applying 2 stacks of Encrusted with Frost when you deal spell damage. So, total of 8 with Winter's Clutches. Frees up your coding slot. What would we use in that coding slot, do we think? Or maybe you still use the coding and then you free up the gloves. Let's see. Good night, say. Oh, you're doing your cat's run, right. That's adorable. Sucks that interplanetary slayer damage doesn't work. I would stat stick that more often. Yeah, the bow, the Gur bow in Act 3 also doesn't actually work. They had some trouble with stat sticks. No. Oh no. Love that animation. The will it extend list. Is something that may need to happen.
Interesting times.
4K off the low. Should I grab Cold Brim Hat? I should grab Cold Brim Hat. Maybe we could get a insta-freeze.
Let's see what this does.
It's been 8.5 hours already. Time's been flying. I have had no awareness of the passage of time. I think that means I'm having fun.
This night saw sound. Maybe I can use it against him.
For sure, me playing last night, love to hear it. Same Reddit poster learned about extended bloodlust says you can do extended ban the Mystic Scoundrel. That makes sense. I don't know if I like the idea of that, because, like, the thing that frustrates me about Mystic Scoundrel is you don't get a choice anymore. Like, it's my same issue with War Priest charges. It makes your options clunkier for your main action for the duration, so I really don't know if I'd love extending that. But I suppose options are good. Finishing up Werewolf back on tonight, let's go. Accuracy, make sure I hit.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. I just want a little look.
Extended thermodynamo. Hmm. This makes sense to do anyway.
Witnessed assault.
4. Scrying Eye is not surprised.
Still breathing, despite
The Scrying Eye must have called you. Do I care? I don't believe I do.
Don't waste a step.
Four. Reduce your bonuses all the way down to to +4, excuse me. So even with the less AC, you wouldn't be able to hit me. Venomous and Sound are more easy to play around than War Priest charges IMO. Like, you have a good idea if you want to cast 2 illusion enchantment spells in one turn compared to attacking. That's valid. I agree. Be lethargic, but I don't really think I care. I can backlash the Thunder Smite. Bro, struggling.
No choice but to keep going.
don't have the proficiency to try Thermodynamo right now. That's blessing. Ow. Take you a while to get to me. Get extended blade ward up. Do you think we could apply days from like Inquisitor's Might for longer with extended spell? That could be useful. I don't often clear out Moonrise this way. It seemed like a fun way of doing it. That's how it's in now. Or God's Blessing let you bypass my crit immunity. Annoying. Inquisitor seemed like it should work, yeah. Well, will not work throughout my intuition about this interaction. That is definitely an oddball. Could it, in theory, lead to 20-turn Hexblade's Curse, even? Like, that's not really relevant because you are super unlikely to not re-up it, but I'm just trying to think of things. Then it's spell Sorkinen might have some benefits. Still guzzling resources, yeah. Still gotta test the to see if reaction smite on an extended spell Booming Blade also applies double duration coatings for its on-hit event. There are more interactions with Ketheric though. Like, I have to watch him mow down Force Warriors. Yeah, seeing him fight more would have been cool. Disjoint. Yeah.
I won't give in.
It's fine. You're nearly dead. Are you close enough to that? Looks like you might be. Acceptable. That blade ward on. Reaction smite applies coding the second time? Yes. So the thing that smite is actually good at, that people never use it for, is it's another on-hit event, even in honor mode. So it'll apply, say, Purple Worm Toxin an additional time. It'll trigger Willing Whip from Leviatar Scourge an additional time. An extra hit. Nobody uses it for that, but they should be. What are you madding at me about? Hey, Andy. Hope the run's going well? Yeah, we're learning a lot today. This has been the extended spell meta magic workshop today. Turns out it has a ton of offensive and utility applications we haven't been using. And I'm having a blast testing some of them out. I used it for that. Yeah, you did. I know you did. This was on the Trickster Paladin, right? I'm not talking about you. If one extended blade, I could speak. One extended booming blade, plus reaction smite gives two turns purple worms. That would be cool. Yeah. If you did that with Duelist Prerogative, you could also Withering Cut, potentially. And that's also an on-hit. Paladin secretly good? No. Sorcerer secretly good. If I have to choose between Smite and Cut. Even if you had one set to automatic. I suppose that tracks. Yeah. Well, that means forget smiting, just Withering Cut low. Figuring out how worried I am about this crowd.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Want more sorcery points. Used to just pick Quick and Twin Distant every sorcerer run. My appreciation for Extended has actually skyrocketed lately. I've been a fan of Extended for a long time. Extended Blade Ward, big example. But I also like Extended Create Water. I knew that Extended Spell caused Sorcerer's Tempestuous Flight to last 2 turns instead of 1. I guess it never occurred to me that that same logic could apply to other things, but today we've diversified quite a bit. Extended Ice Storm. Yeah, it does make a longer surface, I suppose. Think more devious. Like, we're doing Extended Booming Blade to apply weapon effects for double duration. So we're getting, like, instead of 2 Radiating Orb stacks, we're getting 4. Instead of 2 Encrusted with Frost stacks, we're getting 4. Instead of 3 Rupture stacks, we're getting 6. That's the kind of stuff we've been doing today. The fact there's still new interactions to find is why BG3 is such a great game. The depth is insane. There's always more. Like, I have genuinely learned more about this game in the last 3 days of running this Wild Magic Sorcerer than most other runs I've done recently. And that's still happening. Over 5,000 hours of experience in. There's always more. I was hoping your concentration would hold. Extended spell also increases accumulating debuffs. Yeah, that's what we've been messing around with today. Didn't really expect that to work. Student is really cool. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Little 850 here. That's not little. Listen, just because I've been streaming this game almost every day for 2 years, that does not mean that you have not put a lot of time into the game. Radiating Orbs, 7 stacks of Encrusted with Frost, 6 stacks of Rupture, 2 turns of Booming Blade. That doesn't mean we get 2 explosions, it just means that we have 2 turns for the effect to go off. Let's push you. Yeah, that updated. Got the Encrusted to roll. Yeah, you can have that. So many ticks. I love it. And what were you rolling here? Not even close to being able to hit me because of the Radiating Orbs. Backlash. Do I upload to YouTube? I don't do edited content, so like the first channel is edited content. That's I don't do that. I haven't uploaded that channel in like, I don't know, 3 years or something. But the second channel is my VODs channel. Everyone subscribe to the VODs channel. I'm trying to grow it. Fuck it, I may as well, put more effort into it. An editor does a lot of work on it. I can start doing more work on it. But yeah, she works very hard, so I want it to be popular. But yeah, every stream I've done since spring of 2022 is organized by a playlist on the archive channel. We got the freeze. That's fun. Of course, we low rolled the Booming Blade. Want to see what feats he took? Yeah, no, the build command is not in the title because it's not set up for this run. Currently, I have moderately armored and tough. Not actually damage you enough. How short was I? Low roll in the thunder damage. So I need to crit. Do I have Thrin's Ring? Thank you. You're welcome. There's no one to actually answer, so don't need to do that quickly. Right, that should be all the guards in Moonrise dealt with, except for Meg. Maybe it actually didn't get,
I'm exhausted.
yeah, Zealot. What's his name? Manish? It's Malik. Oh, this is Manish, okay.
Better not be cursed.
Yeah, actually aggro because the scrying guy. That works out. Sure. I got slots for that. I could invite a wild magic surge here. Just to deal with this. Do I have a Shatter Scroll? It'd be very weird if I didn't. I have a Smoke Cloud Arrow. No? Okay. Have fun. There's no one for you to call. I need to just do one more damage for Call the Week. So this will invite a surge, but it'll also make my life easier. No surge. Okay. Wasn't really satisfied with Cold Brim Hat there. I still prefer Fistbreaker right now for the initiative. Hunter's Dagger is exceptional though. Very much enjoying that. We're definitely going to have to try out Staff of the Ram in Act 3. I don't expect it to work often because it's, what, 8 DC? Ugh.
We are each of us threads in her design.
But it'll at least be a thing I can try.
We once called monsters.
Ever at your service. And on.
Oh, that could have been bad, actually. I didn't know she had shove. Oh, that would have been a way to learn. What damage riders trigger off rupture damage only when able to get to work is Fowler Shriek. So rupture is the enemy's damage. So that's why your damage riders don't work on it. Same as stage fright, same as booming blade. It's their damage. So yeah, that's the issue. That does mean you can get certain enemy bonuses, like if you do stage fright on the imps in the House of Hope, their agonizing blast will apply to the stage fright damage. Shadow Cursed Undead have that global necrotic bonus damage, so it'll apply to that kind of stuff. Gaping Wounds, yeah, Gaping Wounds should work. Piercing Vuln should work. So I suppose something like a dual wielder setup where you poke someone with Bloodthirst and then you poke them with Hunter's Dagger and then you fuck off could be funny. Health low on.
Your family will answer eventually.
Don't mind if I do.
What are you gonna do about it? Call your friends. I don't think I killed the Scrying Eye that's in Moonrise Prison, so I can head there and kill that one next. Extra 110 XP. Pretty good XP progress for a run where I'm not really trying all that hard on that. Like, beyond my usual exploration spot optimization. Which I've even been a little lax on.
Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Like, I grabbed Moonrise pretty early. Grabbed Hatchery a little early. So, it just said help over here and then disappeared from existence. The Scrying Eye. Okay. So what is this backlight? Oh, the sun is bouncing at a very awkward angle. Ooh. flapped its iris real hard to make sound. Ah. Yeah, I saw it disappear for a second. Hey, you're over here now.
Can't risk being in open view. Have to keep going.
140. I don't know why the scrying eyes down here are worth more XP than the ones upstairs. Seems arbitrary. Dahlia.
Dig, anything you want to say? And
$1.7. I think just a sheer fight pretty much covers that. Portal defense? I guess. Portal defense plus Marcus fight would do it. Now the awkward thing with portal defense here is I need nothing crazy to happen when I start my Sleet Storm. And I can't really do things like Sunbeam, Magic Missile, risk-free. Hunter's Dagger as per usual. Maintain here. Don't love this initiative at all. Might need Sparkle Hands to get my lightning charges going for effective multi-bombing. Could probably justify that. We'll definitely be using Alice. Oh yeah, Halcyon doesn't get sent to the Cuck Hut this playthrough when Dara's dead.
I have something to ask.
But with the... I will...
Aren't we all?
You... Me...
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the finest stock.
But here's a thought. The way a lot of spells and effects work, this isn't a universal thing, but this is something I've observed, is when you stick a spell while the target is valid, it doesn't check if the target becomes an invalid option. For example, you can hold person on the disguised redcaps in the Blushing Mermaid, as long as they're still disguised. The fight starting, the hold person won't break. I wonder if you can dominate Beast on the Strange Ox, and then do something with that. Could someone cast Hold Person on me? Like a hug? Use one of those two. The Dominate Beast rabbit hole. Walking acid bomb. That's way more interesting than an acid bomb. The Strange Ox still does damage when it misses. The Caustic Strikes passive that I briefly hovered over, that even applies on a miss. So that means it can potentially paralyze on a miss. So as long as it gets to attack something, very solid chance it just gets paralyzed. And he's also got fuck you murder 1000 damage. One of my more popular clips is me laughing my ass off as the Strange Ox one-rounds my Barbarian from full HP. I had like 90 HP. It's just like, hey, you're dead now. And at the time, I had no idea. You know, I was not familiar with its game. I crash out trying to change my name on Twitch to Loudmouth Larry. So all my social media is set Twitch, right? Well, let me, because it's rude. It's a name I can have. Do I need to get ready to permit something? It'll let you have Clitsire? No, stop. So, are you changing everything to Clitsire then? Is the Strange Ox some kind of ball spawn? No, he's just an ooze. He worships Cyric, so, he's definitely evil. But no, not a ball spawn. Just a shapeshifter.
What do I have to lose?
This is one of my favorite fights. Kinda settled into a routine in terms of how I handle it lately. Gotta start mixing it up again. My favorite was the time I brought Balthazar here to help me. And then he got very upset that I lit a stool on fire. It was the whole thing. Hey, I'll have Nero. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy the perks, etc. I have enjoyed your quips. Thank you very much. Hey, Western Libra. I bring Balthi carry? Yeah. Cloud Giant abduct him here. Through the waypoint. Amusingly, Flesh will also do something that most NPCs I've noticed don't do. Flesh will follow Balthazar. So if you abduct Balthazar here and then wait long enough, Flesh will show up. Like, he'll leave the Gauntlet of Shar and walk here. Nightmare fuel, but he'll do it. It's not Monday, I just realized. Went through the whole day thinking it's Monday. I never know what day of the week it is anyway. Flesh should fall off the bone and be smothered in barbecue sauce. I agree. Alright, we gotta hope for no wild magic search here. Let me get my grease going first. The grease is important. Wait, does this bypass the No, it doesn't. I scratch. Go there.
Can't give up now.
No search, no search. Oh no. Sorry, Halson. Motherfucker. I hope that doesn't break the quest.
You're
I know we're good.
Very well. Once but I need you to stay good. Oh, get ready.
Losing initiative there was actually quite bad. I may need to keep that shadow there now. I feel not good about that. That's what you get for messing with magic as a fighter. Valid point. I didn't put Alice on my bow. The thing about the Shadow Curse Ravens is they have evasion. So I need to be picky in terms of what AoEs I use on them. He summons when you have bombs. No lightning charges, not illuminated for Callous Glow. Meant that didn't take out the whole group. Another Wraith and Shadow there. Will have to suffice. Scratch, get him. Yes, it sounds pretty good. Wraiths are hard-coded to prioritize the player. If anyone's curious as to why they're doing that instead of going for the portal. It's shadows that more of a problem there. You've hit the lights, which implies to me you're in there somewhere. Okay. Got Malice on those two, so they can't see. Sorry, Malice. I don't know where the Mastiffs are. Well, they're prone. Still don't know where that shadow is. Over there somewhere. Suppose it's not my problem right now. Awkward miss. Still don't think it matters. Because of the Malice. I don't know why my Sleet Storm didn't refreeze. Is the duration already over? It's the last round, it shouldn't matter. Right, I did have to spend all the time waiting in Wild Magic. Yeah, I was a cat. For gore. I think we still won. That's where you went. Well, thank you, Scratch. That's what he was there for.
What's up, Joe? Come see him.
Hey, JD. How are you?
Never wanted the easy path.
452 left. I could get on Peerless Focus and finish up Halsin's quest. That would get me like 2/3 of what I have left. I could also start throwing even more Harpers into the water. Throwing Harpers is funny.
As long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
They don't care. These three, Megan, Lysandra, Caro, are very AI broken once they make it here. They're kind of their own, like, sub-faction of the Harpers. And as for everyone else, the way throwing works is as long as no one's at the destination, they almost never care. Because they can't see what happened. $92 left. XP. So you know the rats I didn't kill in the goblin camp? Okay, Harper Maya here is gonna help us out. What do I even do with level 10? Is that where I get another meta magic? I think so. Yeah. So Subtle Spell is interesting. It allows you to cast while silenced. It also makes any spell you apply it to no longer break hiding. With my not spellcasting oriented setup this run, I don't think I take too much advantage of Subtle. To my knowledge, you can't distant on the melee weapon spells. Careful doesn't have any application, so I guess Heighten wins by default here. Part of me wants to take Insect Plague and then flip a coin on Merkle. Like, I'm pretty confident if I get turned into a cat during the Merkle fight, I'm just dead. That'd be funny. If Shield doesn't trigger Wild Magic Surges, then I kind of doubt Counterspell does either. Let's take Disguise because it's funny. He's doing impressions. Bursting Sinew. And that just corpses randomly explode around him and he doesn't know why. I'm never gonna click it though, that's my issue there. Okay, the story behind Bone Chill is he used to have a buddy named Timmy. And one day he pointed at him and said, Timmy. And then he fucking died. We're going with that. Okay, level 10. R.I.P. Timmy. No, it's okay, he sucked.
Perimeter's clear, Mum.
Yes? I'm sure you would.
Not by foot. The air is heavy. Deadly.
Get my gear in something resembling a neutral state. What have I not done yet? Big Justiciar fight. I guess extended spell protection from missiles is ideal there. At 20 turns of that. I can also extend Blade Ward. So I'll be taking 1/4 damage from the archers. And I have 2 DR from DJ Halfplate. I like that. Coruscation Ring makes the most sense for that slot. I guess Cinder Snap I would be swapping to something else after. I guess it is just Flood Helldusk. Other slots look good. Is that a Hunter's Dagger fight? Happy cat. Should I do that now?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go do that fight now. Getting a little tired. That'll be the last one of the day, I think. It'll be a long fight. I feel like 44 sorcery points is likely to be enough. Maybe I do want to start with a bludgeoning weapon for taking out Balthi's guys. Ooh, extended Booming Blade with Morning Frost. That should be double duration chilled. Holy Glimmer doesn't stack, but I'll throw it on here anyway, I think. Take that 2-turn Bloodlust.
Foul assembly! You should never have come here.
Can't heighten on Booming Blade. Let's see what spells it does want to work on. Guess Heightened Thunderwave is situationally useful. Heightened Fear. Yeah. Probably end up taking Subtle. Let's get Extended Blade work going. Yeah, there's no sorcery point cap, Lazy Hazel. It's as much as you have patience for creating, really. You can keep converting sorcery points and spell slots back and forth at a slightly depreciating value, but as soon as you have ways of refilling spell slots, such as short rest potions, such as the 2 amulets, such as cultivation elixirs, well, you can then keep that going for a lot longer. The archers are attacking with disadvantage, and they would do 1/4 damage if they hit me, half from protection from missiles, half from Blade Ward. I forgot to extended spell on protection from missiles, so it'll run out well before I've dealt with the archers, but I'll just have to remember for next time I'm fighting things that do archery. I guess maybe I'll do that against Steel Watchers. Extended Bloodlust. Resistance, cut that in half, round it down, or round it up, excuse me. And then reduction happened, and protection from missiles happens in the same area as Uncanny Dodge. So, It's better than quartering. It's cutting it in half, subtracting, then cutting it in half. Usually use gloves and missile staring here. Yeah, they're quite good. Bonus action here will be Wiccan Spell Blade Ward. I want to start doing extending Booming Blade to get Radiating Orbs on the Crusader. Although maybe I want to try to secure a kill for Extended Bloodlust again. Don't need the poison anymore. Well, there's the Extended Bloodlust. Such a crazy sentence, by the way. That's such cool tech. Yeah, you can have that. I got 2 turns of protection from missiles left. If I was smart, I would have 12 turns left, but... max roll would have killed. They're attacking the candelabrum because they're body blocked from me. That's funny. If I still had that Warlock dip, extended spell, Arms of Hadar would go crazy here. So, I have 4 turns of Blade Ward active. It won't tick down until the end of my turn. This is my final turn of Cinder Snap Reflexes. So I will have to start dealing with archers again. You must have... yeah, that was a max roll. Max roll to do 2 damage to me. just start using shield on them next round. Probably smoke powder arrow my feet this turn. If I had more HP, I'd put a holy water under it, but I can't take that much radiant retort. I can take a little, not that much. Do it again. Not bad. This looks dangerous. Nah. Fully in control. They can barely hit me at all. They hit me, I take 2 damage. We'll allow that because I still have temp HP from Bloodlust. Flip. Oh, Link no war key. Extended Bloodlust out of you. So 3 turns of Blade Ward. You can save, I don't care. Some Radiating Orb on you. So that and Reeling, you just can't hit me. Ooh, thank you. Yeah, I still have temp HP if we take that. Bloodlust is just so good. Offense, defense, utility. I could never sit on a strength elixir forever. There's just too many other good elixirs. Through the temp HP. Still have taken no damage to my actual health bar yet. Let's see my Moon Lantern. Corpse in the way. Annoying. accidental Goomba Stomp. I'm not taking damage from Smoke by Arrow because it doesn't do self-damage. I think it does friendly fire, it doesn't do self-damage. First actual damage on my health bar.
Here we go.
That. 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 I don't have my Blade Ward for this upcoming turn. That's fine. I'll shield. If I need to. I don't.
Another day, another fight.
Spend more sorcery points. We just re-shielded. We have bloodless HP. Take this. Extended Boomer Blade. No Living Shadow for you. That was very fun. Even with me mismanaging my defenses a bit, we still took a total of 5 actual damage. That's good.
Maybe I need more pockets. Anything of use? I need a quick word.
Nothing can get through abs.
Not just any true soul would have succeeded in following my
Balthazar is an alchemy vendor. And he is one of the very few vendors that does drop his gold on death. So there's some reasons to shop with him. I sold him a stack of 4 color spray scrolls. So if he's in melee range of me, he might prioritize using that.
Interesting. And the night song lends that I will remain here. Do not.
Cool. That's gonna be it for today. Oh, fantastic progress. We made it from level 8 to level 10. Learned so much. Expect to see me playing more Sorcerer after this run. Like, that 2-level Sorcerer dip is so ridiculously powerful. I'm thinking... An idea I'm toying around with for my next, run... There was a Paladin thing I wanted to do, but after all this, I'm like, I don't know, maybe I just showcase how powerful a bunch of different 2-level dips are. Maybe I could still do that on a Paladin. But, like, the idea of taking 2 stars and 2 Sorcerer, and then slapping that on something else is something that's rattling around in my mind. Because 2 stars for Unbreakable Concentration, and then 2 Sorcerer for double duration effects, and also infinite spell slots, and also 4-turn Blade Ward, and also Booming Blade on your bonus action. Like, Chaco 6 trades. Say did that run a while ago, but maybe my own take on it would be cool. We'll figure it out. Yeah, 2 Rogue for bonus action stuff, 2 Fighter for action surge. You got a lot of options. But, who's live? Oh, Mark's on. Great, Mark. Danny's on too. Kaylee's also on. That's right, Mark. I want to see what he's doing. But lots of cool people online in the BG3 directory right now. Grady's on as well. Can't rate them all. But make sure to go out and support the community. Be nice and all that. To reiterate message from earlier in stream. If you're a bigot, kill yourself. Everyone else, you're awesome. I love you. Thank you for being here. If you got my emails, feel free to jiggle. Yeah, that's all I got. Bye-bye. Make sure it's not ending. We're good.